Hello, I think quite a lot of you are now been able to join us. It's 9:30. And today we're going to be holding the second annual International Locked-in Syndrome Conference. And we're very, very pleased to welcome you all. We've got 170 odd people have registered to attend. Some of those won't be coming because of time differences or work expectations. And most people already know now that it's possible to watch the complete recording of this entire day. So anytime that you need to take a break or go off and do something else, the recording will be being posted to everybody, and it will be being posted on the LiSA Community Forum. If you're not already a member of that, I'll talk to you further about that during the day, and it will be posted on that as well. And you can always contact me at my Brain Foundation email address, and I'm happy to help anybody with any questions. So my co-host for today is Boke. He's here and nodding his hellos. We've decided that we should wait 3 or 4 more minutes and just make sure that we've got as many people that are wanting to come at the very, very beginning as we can. And then we'll launch into the day. Is that good with you, Boke?
Sounds wonderful, and also a very warm welcome from me, and very excited for today.
Good, good. I think Boke wasn't working in this particular field last year and has very, very kindly offered to co-host with me this year. So we're both exploring this together. We've got a lot of very interesting people coming up in today's program. And for the first time ever, we've got people living locked in, doing presentations of their own lives. So that will be fascinating to hear. We'll just give it a few more minutes. We get people, I don't know whether everybody can watch, but we've got people popping in all the time, joining us. Oh, by the way, if you're trying to speak, you're all muted because it becomes a nightmare. We've got 170 odd people registered, and if everybody's trying to make a noise or coughing or whatever, it just becomes a bit of a melee. So you're all muted until you're doing your presentation or until there's question time, which we'll discuss a little bit later as we go along.
And if you would like to speak, you can say something in the chat, and then either me or Sen can unmute you. Could I ask maybe if someone can write something in the chat to see if it works and if you can hear us all right?
Does everybody know how the chat function works? If you look on your screen and put your cursor down towards the bottom of where your screen is, you'll see the 5th from the left says chat. If you click on the little arrow for that, you can decide whether you're going to look at the chat box, which will appear on the right-hand side of your screen if you do select to have it. And then you can type in at the bottom there your message to anyone. And you can select to send a message to everyone or to someone in particular that's joined the meeting today. Great. Yeah, we've got several things coming up now, so that's good. Thank you for testing that. We'll give it 1 more minute and then we'll launch into the meeting. Okay, I think We've got quite a few people in now. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the second International Locked-in Syndrome webinar. It's wonderful to have you all with us. We've got a great lineup of presenters today. You've all by now seen the program and seen the list of presentations and the short resumes of the people, the outstanding people, may I say. These are very, very brief resumes of an enormous body of work that each of these wonderful people working in this very specific field have done in their life. You know, to write a resume of what you've done in 20 or 30 or 40 years. You know, some people have been working, Phil Kennedy, for example, has been working for years and years and years in this field, as has Stephen Laureys. So that the resumes are extremely brief, and if you go online and look up any of them, you'll be able to read all the fascinating work that they've done, excuse me, in this field, in the field generally of disorders of consciousness, but more specifically for locked-in syndrome, helping everybody to have a better quality of life and be better diagnostic systems, better therapeutic systems. We've even got a wonderful woman, Lisa Paling, who'll be appearing later, who's a neurophysio and works specifically with people who have had strokes and disorders that have put them into locked-in syndrome. So I can't praise them all enough. The other thing that we've got for the very first time this year is people actually living locked in, are doing their own presentations. They've got their carers or their partners to do the presentation for them and to describe what happened to them, how their life's changed, the impact of living locked in on their emotional life, the life that they used to lead, the changes that they've had to make, the adaptations that they've had to make to the way that they live. It's all absolutely fascinating, and I'm really so appreciative of all these locked-in syndrome people who have so kindly spent what would take you and I maybe a few days has taken them perhaps weeks or even months. I know that one of them in particular has been working pretty much for the whole year, and he keeps emailing me and saying, oh, I'm doing well, and I've got a new person taking care of this aspect of things. So yeah, thank you all very, very much for doing all the work. We look forward to seeing it. I shouldn't really thank you before we've seen it, but I'm sure they're going to be wonderful, wonderful presentations. So first of all, a little bit about myself. I'm Shannon Keane. I founded these locked-in syndrome webinars with help from wonderful help for IT from Emmanuel Ribeiro, Manu, without whose help I probably wouldn't have got everybody, you wouldn't have known all about this. So he's wonderful. And from Dawn Faizey-Webster, who lives locked in, and she was very encouraging about getting these international webinars set up and was able to help last year. But this year she's working very hard on her PhD and hasn't been able to devote any time to this, but I know she's been very encouraging. So I hold a bachelor's in psychology and philosophy and a master's in neuroscience, both from the University of Sydney. I'm Australian. In 2011, I founded and continue to run the Australian Register for Disorders of Consciousness, which is called RDoC, and it's housed within the Australian Brain Foundation. So if you want to Google that, you'll be able to find me there. My neuroscience work and my PhD was halted in 2013 when I sadly developed bacterial meningitis along with pneumonia and pleurisy. I was pretty sick for quite a long time and I'm still recovering, but I'm far, far better than I was. Earlier this year, I launched the LISA online community forum, the Locked-in Syndrome Association online community forum. I'll talk to you a little bit more about that later, perhaps during the lunch break. But anybody that would like to join that, you're very, very welcome. We all communicate with each other and share stories. And it's only been going a short time and it's perhaps a little bit less interactive than I would hope it will be. So hopefully that will gradually develop and people will communicate with each other as well as asking me questions. As I said, I'm Australian. I'm happily married to my husband, Max, and we live part of each year in Sydney and part of each year in England. And at the moment, I'm in England. So I'll just hand you over to Boca, who's the co-host, and he'll give you a little bit of a description about himself.
Thank you so much, Shannon, and hi everyone. I'd like to start with a big thank you actually to Shannon for first of all giving me the opportunity to co-host today, and second of all for her wonderful work. setting up the forum and setting up a day like today, I think cannot really put into words how important that is. So I think that's just wonderful. My name is Bouke, Bouke van Balen. I'm 25 years old. I'm from the Netherlands. I did bachelor's in neuropsychology and philosophy, and I graduated in philosophy of technology specifically. And I'm currently doing PhD research in Utrecht at a university medical center in a team of neuroscientists that develops brain-computer interfaces for people with locked-in syndrome. These are devices that maybe you're familiar, but these are devices that can circumvent the need for muscle control to control assistive devices. And maybe one day these devices will be able to give people with locked-in syndrome the ability to speak more naturally. My research is on the philosophy and ethics side of this. So I'm very interested in the lived experience of people with locked-in syndrome and their caregivers and the medical practice around them. So I'm also very happy and excited to be here today and to hear all the wonderful stories. That's it for me for now.
Thank you very much, Bouke. We look forward to hearing a little bit more from you a bit later on. The first person that we're going to be having a presentation by today is Tracy Gibb. Tracy was 19 years old when she started having trouble with severe headaches. That wasn't normal for Tracy. She just didn't used to get any headaches at all. She told her doctor, but he kept treating her for migraines, for days on end. She was treated for migraines. Then she suffered an unexpected stroke, went into hospital and was found unconscious. After having an MRI, she and her family were told that she had experienced a brainstem stroke, which had been caused by an abscess on the brainstem pons. Tracy was just a marvelous person. I knew Tracy. She was full of life. She had a great sense of humor. She took part in lots and lots of organizations. I made her the ambassador for RDoC, the Australian Register for Disorders of Consciousness, and met her a couple of times when she came to Sydney to do presentations. I think she was at the Hilton Hotel doing something, a big presentation there. She's done some great work with the Australian Stroke Foundation. Some of the people that are doing presentations here today knew Tracy. Coralie, for example, the wonderful Coralie Graham, who you'll be hearing from very shortly. She knew Tracy, was very fond of Tracy. I say Tracy in the past tense because sadly, after last year's webinar, about a month later, Tracy died. She'd been locked in since she was 19 and she died when she was 51. It's a very long time, and she achieved so much. With the abilities that she had, she achieved so much. She was even involved with the rollout of making beaches in Australia accessible, as was I, but she was directly involved in getting that done, and that's now become a worldwide thing. So something really wonderful that she achieved in her life. And we're now going to watch Tracy's story, which I will play for you now.
1, 2, 3, 4 is 1, 2, 3.
I was 19 and it was November 1992. I had a very rare brainstem stroke caused by an abscess on the pons. I woke up and found that my dreams of owning a home, getting married, and more importantly, having a family of my own had changed. I was in a 3-week coma, and when I woke up, I was totally paralyzed, unable to eat and talk. I have locked-in syndrome. My life had changed. In the beginning, my boyfriend left me because he wasn't coping well. I lost most of my friends except for my family friends, and due to my face being severely paralyzed and expressionless, people didn't like looking after me. In fact, I hid from the world because I wasn't coping with it myself, and I thought, if I couldn't handle it, then the world definitely won't. At the moment, I live in Highgate Park, where I have the support from carers for day-to-day activities. I get around using a wheelchair with the help of my carers. With the use of my eyes, I'm able to communicate with my carer and type on a computer. I have plans to move into my new house and live more independently. With support, I'm able to set up my new home environment and meet my needs, have ongoing support from carers, and be able to access neurophysiotherapy. I also look forward to getting back into work with Scope Global. Firstly, I never thought I'd ever work, especially paid work, and like this. Working and earning money would, for starters, kill the boredom, but it would make me feel like I'm giving back. Since I had a very rare non-blood related stroke, and my condition locked-in syndrome was also rare, so for 26 years, I was put in the too hard basket and never got the right type of physiotherapy I needed. It was 2017. Several years ago, I was given electrical stimulation and it was getting excellent results. I inquired about getting it again. I was told that I needed a neurophysiotherapist. I did some research into it. I eventually found one. I also found out that this was the therapy I should have been getting from the start, but I couldn't afford it. Now that the NDIS is here, I'm now receiving the much needed therapy from Advanced Neurophysio. Unfortunately, I didn't get the plan I expected and needed, but I won't let this deter me. It took a long time after registering for access to have my first planning meeting. There were some hiccups along the way, so it took longer than I thought it would. I had several planning meetings and explored my goals. The planning meeting was very informative and well planned out. My goals are to move into my new house, get a job, get a labradoodle, be a social butterfly, and maybe get a boyfriend. Lol. That's if someone will have me. Lol. My advice to other young stroke survivors is don't be shy. Ask for anything. Have more than one quote for equipment if possible, and have as much information as possible as to why you need the things you are asking for. It didn't take long for my plan to be approved. It was about 5 or 6 weeks. My plan looked big, huge, and full. I had the support of my social worker, Tina, who supported me to make decisions about how I would manage my NDIS plan. Although I have accepted my condition, locked-in syndrome, I will never give up on improving my quality of life. I definitely felt grief and loss after my stroke. I was 19 years old at the time and had lost everything I had dreamed of for my future. Grief felt like emptiness, loneliness, and darkness. I felt every emotion there was to feel. I was in a dark place and deeply in denial of my condition. I had drawn away from the world from 1993 to 2008. I tried to go out a few times in the first 5 years, but I couldn't handle the stares and the finger pointing. I knew that it was my face. I was a freak. I didn't go out again after that. Years passed, and I went out with Mum a few times, but each time I saw my reflection, I would get angry at myself. I would hide my emotions when Mum or others were around. The nights were the worst, especially when it was dark and I was alone. At night, I would bawl till I fell asleep, and I'd yell and argue with God. No, I'm not religious. You don't have to be religious to believe and have faith. I hid my emotions because I had no facial expressions, so it was hard. But now that I do have facial expression and a voice, I don't hold back. I have a new meaning in life. Live, love, laugh, and go power. Lol. I practice self-care through being a social butterfly. I enjoy going out, going to concerts, listening to music, and having drinks with friends.
So as you can see, Tracy was, oh, hang on. Sorry, I've done something weird. Sorry,
Don't buy
everybody.
another toothbrush until you see what this one can do for you. Using it
Okay.
only takes 30
Stop
seconds.
that. Sorry, clicked the wrong thing. Tracy was an extraordinary person. She actually did end up living independently, well, as independently as was possible. She had a very nice apartment in the centre of Adelaide, and she was getting on with her life and going out. She'd go out and see bands and enjoy all sorts of public events. And it was an absolute shock to all of us that she suddenly passed away last year. She'd be greatly missed, and she would really appreciate that these webinars are continuing and we keep her name alive. She was a wonderful person. Boke and I discussed the way that the day is going to go today, and we felt that it would be appropriate to have 2 or 3 minutes between each of the presentations for people to sort of gather their thoughts, maybe write some notes, ask any questions on the chat section if you'd like to. If you don't know how that works, I mentioned to a few people earlier when we joined, but if you've joined since then, on the bottom of your screen, if you put your cursor down towards the bottom of your Zoom screen, you'll see a box that says chat. If you click on chat, that will allow you to open a chat box on the side of your right-hand side of your screen, and you can just type a message there, and we can get either Boca or I or anybody else that you choose can get back to you with your questions. But mostly we'll be having questions at the very end. We'll have some questions just before lunch and then at the end of the day. So but just take a little bit of time to have a thought about what the last presentation was, or maybe get some water or whatever it is that you feel like. And we'll be back again in a few minutes' time. Okay, I hope everybody's a little bit refreshed from that. The first presentation's over, and I'll pass you over to Boca. I can see that Coralie is in our waiting room, all raring to go, and Boca is going to kindly introduce Coralie for us.
Yes, thank you. And Coralie, I also made you co-host, so you should be able to share your screen in a minute. But first, I will introduce you. Coralie Graham is an associate professor in the School of Nursing and Midwifery at the University of Southern Queensland and adjunct at Griffith University School of Pharmacy and Medical Science. She is duly registered as a registered nurse and psychologist, and she has worked in a number of roles in both of those professional capacities. Her research interests include resilience, equity, and fatigue related to neuroinjury and also for chronic stroke. And today, Coralie will give a presentation about cultural safety. And I'm sure she will tell us everything about that right now. So I want to give the floor to Coralie. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I have two main research areas. One is associated with chronic stroke, and I was to speak about that. We have recently completed a clinical trial, and because we're close to publication, I'm not in a situation where I can talk about the results, except to say that it was very positive, and I look forward to sharing that with you next year or sooner on the Facebook group once we've published. So what I'm going to talk to you about this evening is it's called cultural safety. And as much as it sounds about ethnicity, it's absolutely related to the care that healthcare professionals provide to all people. And I'm particularly passionate about caring for people with a disability. I have a son who suffered a brain injury, so for me this is personal as well as professional. I was very fortunate to meet Tracy. It makes me so sad to remember her. She was an amazing young woman, and she had more of a social life than I did. So it was lovely to hear about Tracy, and she was very passionate about the research that I'm doing. So I'm going to take you out to my presentation. I've just got to click on the right button here, and try and share how cultural safety is relevant in this discussion here. Now, because I'm an Australian, and because of the respect that we have for our First Nations people, I would like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and to pay my respect to their elders past and present, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So she was a nurse as well, Coralie Ramsden. She was a New Zealand nurse, and she, as much as she was a Maori person, First Nations person from New Zealand, and was really passionate about making sure that people were treated equitably, but she also recognised that that culture is not just ethnicity. So it is about accumulated and socially acquired understanding that we have about whether that's geography, time, ideas, and human experience. And like I said, highly relevant to particularly people who've been affected by any kind of neuro injury, particularly people with locked-in syndrome that have experiences and a culture that is that shared understanding that others who haven't been in that situation really cannot understand. So it may not involve kinship, and it is something that is dynamic and mobile and changes according to experiences and time. And so one of the things that I teach, so I teach and research, and so one of the things that I teach is about cultural safety. And so we need to understand, well, why do we need to know this? So we need healthcare workers. They need to understand their own culture. They need to understand the culture of others. And more than anything, they need to understand the unconscious biases that we all hold and their impacts on the delivery of healthcare, and making sure that they provide person-centred, culturally safe care to everybody in their care. And so just thinking about Tracy, you know, people might see somebody like Tracy and think, and not really understand that she was a very vibrant social person, because you can't see that unless you learn that about her. And to learn that about her, you need to get to know who she is, the same that we need to get to know all of the people in our care, and not just lump all of the people, all people with a disability together. And I personally have seen this certainly with the treatment of my son. So the relevance to those affected by stroke is that we obviously need healthcare providers to be trained in cultural safety training, and so it's now mandatory in nursing programs throughout Australia. And so we were, at my university, one of the first universities in Australia to offer that. and I've now got occupational therapy, speech therapy, psychology, social work, physio students joining us because it's becoming mandatory for them as well. And so we need to make sure that everybody understands this and understand that culture is not just about ethnicity, but it's about gender, age, appearance, skin color, sexual orientation, disability, religion, and so on, and subcultures, including stroke. And I certainly saw this on the clinical trial that we conducted, that that shared understanding that people have from having their life suddenly changed, that others who have not experienced that just simply cannot understand. So Ramsden proposed a 3-step model about cultural awareness, cultural sensitivity, and then reflection. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So cultural awareness really is about developing an understanding that there's a difference between people because of their lived experiences, their political positioning and their social positionings. Certainly I know from myself, my son's, when he suffered his brain injury, the lived experience of that is something that I learnt, things that I had no idea about prior. And so we need to know that about people that we provide care for, so that we need to have that understanding. Cultural sensitivity is getting the students to understand, or all of us to understand, the legitimacy of difference begins with a process of self-exploration. So we need to know who we are, and we need to understand that who I am is me, who you are is you, and that's absolutely perfect the way it is. That we don't need to be the same as each other. That it's okay to be our individual self. And to develop the skills that we need in healthcare, we need to self-reflect. So we need to understand what our own cultures and subcultures are, and the biases that we have that has a potential impact on the cultures and biases of others. So we need to, we generally don't understand when we're little kids growing up. I had really good caring parents, but there were definitely biases that it was only as an adult, when I went to university actually, that I found when I was in a social environment with people that I'd been taught unknowingly to be suspicious of, that I was like, they're me. And I really had to do a lot of rethinking about the way that I'd been socially conditioned to be cautious of particular groups of people. So it's really, really important. And I do present my students with some very challenging case studies to get them to start to think it's safer for them to do some sort of in a clinical environment before they go into a clinical environment, so that they don't make mistakes, I guess, with patients by not understanding who they are. So just as an example of culture, so people might look at me and they might, well, certainly you can hear me and know that I'm Australian, and hopefully you can understand my accent, that I'm white, I'm a nurse, I'm an educator. But is that really who I am? So what else makes me me? And so I was thinking the best way to describe this was really to put this together, to give you a bit of an idea of who I am. So I grew up on a farm. We used to grow sunflowers. This is some of my family, my children, my grandchildren. This is my son who suffered the brain injury, showing us just how tough he really is. certainly disability is something that I'm really passionate about, making sure that people are treated equitably. I'm a lap swimmer. Swim culture is very, very important to me. I'm vegetarian. Healthcare is in the middle here, central to it all. So as you can see, I'm not just the things that people can see. And the only way to know that is to talk to the people that we are providing care for. A couple of years ago, I was hospitalized. I was very sick. And when I was able to eat again, I remember going back to the ward, and they were talking about what I was able to, what I could eat. And I said I was vegetarian. And I remember one of the nurses must have gone out, and in the corridor, my room was near to the nurses' station, and I could hear them saying she's a vegetarian, and they were mocking that. And it absolutely shut me down. I was like, I'm not sharing anything more about me. And because I was just like, I didn't trust them anymore. And so it's really important that the people that provide our care, that we develop the rapport, that we demonstrate that trust, so that that we feel comfortable to tell them about things about ourselves that we need in the care for us when we are in other people's care. So we need to revise our worldview. We need to understand that things are static. They're not static, and that we are a mobile entity, and that we're always changing. We need to look and start to question where we learnt the things that we learned. Like, I don't remember my parents ever telling me to be suspicious of any particular groups, but as an adult, when I saw myself being suspicious of those groups, that was when I started to go, oh, hang on a minute, where did I even learn that from? And now there's social media and mainstream media at school and all kinds of things where we learn things about ourselves. So we're socially conditioned, and we have an unconscious bias. Maybe it's about race, appearance, skin color, sexual orientation, disability, age, religion, anything really it can be. And just as an example that I'll share, my son, who has the disability, was hospitalized probably 10, 15 years ago. He was very sick, and it was about midnight by the time we got up to the ward. And I remember the nurse said to me, she said, I've got some normal people that I need to look after, and then I'll get back to your son. And I was absolutely floored. I was just beyond shocked. And like, she seemed like a good person. And I don't even think that she realized that she had a bias where she saw my son, because of his disability, as being lesser in the care that he needed. He was, again, hospitalized a few years ago, and it was really reassuring to see how that has changed. But education is the key to changing that. So we need to have things like cultural safety programs in our program, so that we can make sure that people do get treated. So just stroke, neuroinjury as a culture, there's definitely a shared and immediate unexpected life change. And the shared understanding of this experience is something that you can't read in a book. And we need to talk to the people who experience this to, Tracy was talking about, what she'd lost, the things that she'd lost. So the shared disability, the shared impacts, the daily impacts of that, the shared communication challenges. And it's wonderful to know that others are going to be speaking today about their experience, so we can learn more, and shared discrimination that we need to undo. So really just back to this again, that we need this mandatory training. I don't know whether it's mandatory in other countries. I'm really hoping so, because we need to make sure that there is not inequity in care anywhere. Part of our course on cultural safety is that we offer bystander training. So the bystander effect, as many of you will know, is where we see something happening and we go, oh, I don't think I'll get involved in that. We don't know what to say. We don't know what to do. We feel fearful for ourselves. But in a healthcare setting, we need to know how to respond. We need some skills and strategies. And so I give my students a case study. Patients always got a disability. So I get them to, we give them the bystander training, and then they write an assessment about some of the strategies that they would offer to look after the people in their care. Because we need to develop the communication skills to be able to advocate for everyone in our care. So that was kind of everything that I wanted to talk to you about, but I would love to, if anybody has any questions that they would like to ask me.
Thank you so much, Coralie. Beautiful presentation. I think it really also speaks to the importance of a day like this, where we get to hear about the experiences of people living locked in.
Yeah.
I think we would have time for a question or two if someone wants to ask something in the chat.
Yes, we certainly do have some time. Coralie, I'd be interested to know what sort of bystander training examples you used. What sort of, with your students, how do you encourage them to be more proactive?
So the bystander program that we're running is it gives there's strategies that are like direct, indirect, distraction, and protocol. So they're the kind of four areas. So say for example, if using the example of my son where the nurse said, I'll go and look after some normal people. If there was another healthcare professional in that environment, they might just say, you know, that I'll come in and I'll look after the man here, and you can go off. So they're doing something directly, they're acting directly, or they might do something indirect, maybe saying, oh, like, can I to the patient, can I get you something? So that can be distracting as well. So distraction interventions can be there, but also looking at codes of conduct in terms of protocol interventions, so that we have, as registered nurses, we have codes of conduct that we must adhere to say, and we might say to the nurse back at the nurses station, look, according to our code of conduct, what you've said there is just not appropriate, and you know, I'm going to escalate that, or whatever it is. So we get the students to record a PowerPoint presentation, so that they have to put a lot of effort into doing lots of practice. Hopefully that makes them better at it in a clinical environment, so that they've got some skills then that they can use in a clinical situation. I've learned so much from doing it myself.
That sounds really great. It's heartening that people are doing this important work. I don't know, do we have any other questions come through, Boca?
Yeah, there's a question.
One in the chat. I hope you'll still be doing it. So I don't know. I'd be maybe writing to the registration agencies and saying, so the author is Irahapati Ramsden, and it's really well recognised now, her cultural safety model. And like I said, nursing, it's mandated in Australia, and we've got so many other healthcare professions coming in, recognising the value of it. personally, I think we should be able to teach humanity, so that we can all learn it. But yeah, absolutely necessary in healthcare. So hopefully soon, Brissa.
I think you're right about teaching humanity. I think humanity and ethics should be taught to children from when they're very, very, very little. How to construct an argument, how to listen to other people's opinion, critical thinking. I don't really understand why that can only be achieved through university level education. It seems bizarre. But
yeah, exactly. And to teach bystander training, we've actually applied for a grant so that we can actually become bystander trainers ourselves, which I'm so looking forward to. Because I think it's just so good to teach some actual skills,
yes.
so that you've got something. And after I did the first time that I did the bystander training for the course, I went to the supermarket, which I hate a lot, but I went to the supermarket and there was a young Indigenous man standing at the bus stop when I came out with my groceries, and he's standing there. He was beautifully dressed. He was standing there minding his own business, not doing anything, saying anything. And this man walked past and just was yelling abuse at him, and making derogatory comments about his race. And after doing the bystander training, I've just directed my supermarket trolley and just stood beside this young man and just looked at the man who was yelling. And the guy was kind of like, I'll stop now, and he went. And just even doing something like that, without, I didn't say anything. It just really helped me to feel empowered.
Yes, making your presence felt to another person who's behaving inappropriately.
Yeah.
Wonderful, Coralie. I wonder also, is there a method for people reporting poor treatment by clinical staff? That sort of emotional level. I know there's a lot of methods for reporting clinical negligence, but that sort of emotional level of not being heard and not being listened to, whether it's a locked-in syndrome person that's trying to get their message across, is there a way of reporting that?
Well, there would be. Like in terms of you mean related to codes of conduct and? Yes, because it's a sort of slightly different level of conduct than the normal clinical practice reports that you get, because it's that's right. So it's very much, it incorporates physical care, what we say as well. So definitely spoken, and it's very much about equity and making sure that people feel safe. And so we direct, and again, the students need to find 2 examples of a code of conduct that they might raise with the nurse. It's usually a nurse in the situation, so that they again look at the code of conduct and go, well, it's section 2.3a that says that they're not allowed to speak to patients like that, because it's then breaching that code of conduct. Yeah, good. Yeah, shameful that we need a code of conduct written down for being human to one another, but it's understandable. Yeah. Now, I think we've got another question. Is it Phil?
Yeah, there's a question.
Hi, good morning.
Hello.
You say that there should be courses in the universities and so on, but surely it's something we learn from our parents as we grow up. Is this reflecting all our parents, or is it the culture, or what? But I don't think there should be the need. There may be the need, but it shouldn't happen. But our parents should instill in us to be fair to everybody. Just a comment.
Unfortunately, I don't. I mean, it'd be wonderful. And like I said, I had really, really decent, good parents. My mum's still alive. She's 94. My dad died a few years ago, but he was a farmer. He was a really amazing, good, kind person. But I was taught to be really suspicious of people, anybody who came from Asia and our First Nations people. And
well, we were taught there's a huge bias against people from Ireland, from North and South Ireland. There are huge biases against them.
Yeah.
But my parents never had that bias, and I lost it, and I think that the whole country has lost it now. In Ireland, I'm talking about. But anyway.
But I think sometimes we don't even know that we hold biases. And like I was saying, when I went to uni and I was studying, I'd been a registered nurse for a long time, but I studied studying psychology, and I had a whole lot of students with me who were the majority of them were from Asia, and I was kind of like initially I realized that I was being really, really cautious and afraid. But you don't even know that you hold the biases. Like the nurse who said about my son, I'll go and look after the normal people and get back to your son. She probably didn't even know that she had a bias like that. That for her, that was normal. I don't know. I think that even with really good parents, I think that we need to learn to self-reflect, really, really look at who we are to make sure that people in our care do get treated equitably.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree with you. I think that's a wonderful, wonderful work that you're doing. Thank you so much, Coralie.
Thank you. And I'll tell you about the stroke stuff next year.
Oh, we look forward to that. Yes, I've got you slated in for a talk for next year on this stroke stuff, because I know a little bit about that, and that's going to be, everybody will be fascinated to hear about that. Thank you, Coralie.
Thank you so much for listening and your interest. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Well, we'll take just a few minutes break, 2 or 3 minutes break if we start again at 10:25, just so that you can have a breather and collect your thoughts and maybe think of some questions, because we can address anything that you think of afterwards. We can address them either directly later on if the presenter's still on board with us, depending on the time, because for Coralie it's the evening heading into the night there, and we can forward your questions to the presenters if they're not actually here with us, and let you know what the responses are to that. So grab a drink or something, close your eyes, take a break from your screen, whatever, and we'll come back in 3 minutes. Thanks again, Coralie. Okay, I think time to come back and get started again. The next person that we've got talking to us today is Benedicte. She's living locked in. She's herself and her husband have put together a marvelous presentation for us. Benedicte is 42 years old. She's been locked in since 2016. She's married and she's got 2 children of 11 and 8 years, 1 boy and 1 girl. She lives in Belgium and she's been involved with establishing a Belgium locked-in syndrome association, partly because she's come across so many stumbling blocks to getting help for being able to live her life as she would like to live since she's become locked in. She's got a wonderful husband, and the second part of Benedicte's presentation today is her husband Alex explaining what changes were involved in her life and how she feels about how he feels about the life that has changed so dramatically and all the things that they've achieved together since that event. So I'll pass you over to Boke now and he will play Benedicte's.
Benedict, like the Pope, but in French it's a female name, or Benny, like my Irish friends call me. I am 42. I have 2 children, 11 and 8, and a wonderful husband. I'm LiS since 2016. I was 35 and my children 4 and less than 2. I used to be a social worker. I used to work with homeless people, mentally handicapped people, young children and people in jail. I used to travel with Alex, my husband. We spent 2 years in Ireland and 1 in South America. I love to travel. I did a school program in Ireland, and after my studies I wanted to return there. I was working in a pub and with homeless people. In South America we were traveling for pleasure to discover other countries. On 12 November 2016 I began to bear LiS. It was like a tsunami for the next 3 years. During the first month I was crying all day, all the time. For several days before the stroke, I had what I would describe as white veils in front of my eyes, and I had to stop when I was driving my car. One morning, I felt very tired and I couldn't get up. 2 hours later, I was mute, incontinent, and so tired that I couldn't get up. My husband soon realized that it was a stroke, but I didn't. I was conscious. I had no pain anywhere. I was sure I would be home in the evening. The next few hours were mostly waiting. The young doctor called different hospitals for advice. On the first day, we learned that this was LiS. From the beginning, as soon as I was laying on the stretcher, my husband kept communicating with me through my eyes. He didn't know then that this was the means of communication for LiS. He did it instinctively. The hardest thing when I begin LiS is to learn to bear the pain. For example, I was uncomfortable in my wheelchair. My buttocks hurt. Firstly, I had to be able to call a nurse. Then I had to control my uncontrollable crying to be able to communicate with her. Then, without words or gestures, I had to make it clear that I was in pain and aware. It's difficult because at the beginning you cry for everything. One strange thing that came with the stroke was that my emotions increased tenfold. For example, I can no longer eat pepper, it's too strong. As soon as the weather is clear, even without sunshine, my eyes hurt. The side effect of a drug I take. I can drink soft drinks normally, but I have to take an alcoholic drinks. Because it's too strong, I might swallow it wrongly. If I'm 20 meters from my garden and I look at my computer, from the corner of my eye, I'll notice if a bird is coming because my senses are hyper-aware. I also feel the stress of others very strongly. If my nurse is stressed, I'll be nervous too. I'll be more spastic and too stiff to drive my wheelchair. After a few months, my husband had a marvelous idea to build a purpose-built house to suit my needs. I asked people to give us 100 of their salary to help us to construct an adapted house. I didn't believe it, but it worked. We have done crowdfunding, but also thrown dinner parties, a one-man show, jogging, sales of waffles, chocolate, biscuit, whatever we could think of to raise money. It was all raised by my family, friends, young people who I used to work with. With the crowdfunding, we built an adapted house. You can see it on my Facebook page, Les Gouttes d'eau pour Béné. For the crowdfunding, Alex and one of my sisters, I have 4 sisters, I'm the youngest, created a Facebook page. Now, since the crowdfunding is finished, on the Facebook page, I'm writing what life is like for a handicapped physically person. Because in Belgium, people don't know a lot about this subject. I haven't a lot of respect for people like me. So, it's my idea to try to inform people about living locked in, because I believe people don't have a lot of respect when they don't know what it's like to be locked in. During my first year in the hospital, they gave me a computer which works with the eyes. At the beginning, I was unable to use it. While Netflix is good for a short while, all the time it is boring and not fulfilling. To learn how to use the eye-controlled computer, I decided to write. Then I had to decide what. I decided to write about having the stroke and what was happening to me. When I finished writing about my experiences during and after the stroke, I decided to print it and to see whether people were interested. To my surprise and delight, people loved it. In French, it is called J'ai de la chance, which translates to I'm lucky. I gave my book this title because I'm lucky to have a wonderful family, to keep my faith, to live in our century where technology is available, to live in a rich country, and many more reasons that makes me truly believe that I am lucky. Writing with the eyes is very tiring in itself, but what is more difficult is that everything requires much more manipulation. For example, to change the program, it is several clicks, and that is very tiring. Otherwise, it's quite easy to use, at least for me who knew computers from the age of 18. But I know that it's complicated for older people. What is very frustrating when you are LiS is wanting to talk about your needs but not being able to communicate. For example, you are laying down but your pelvis is not properly positioned. How are you going to communicate this without any words or gestures? Try it for yourself this evening in bed. Or it is difficult when you are cold or hot during the night. These sort of things are very difficult to express. With time, my situation has improved. The emotions that were very, very strong in the beginning have gradually become more manageable. Now, I am sometimes able to show that I'm unhappy without crying. I love and cry in a less extreme way. After a few months, I could move my head, my thumbs, and push on my legs. During the confinement, I learned to drive my wheelchair by myself. It is a very strange feeling, but I felt that my hand was now able to drive. I asked for a joystick and forced myself to drive for 10 minutes a day. It was mentally exhausting. After 2 years, I started to eat, first mixed and then small pieces. I have been drinking for a year and a half. My husband and I still love to travel, but it's very difficult to find a suitable adapted house for high-level handicap. So, we decided to make one location for our holidays. We bought a house in France. With my husband, we were a very good team. In less than 1 year, we did all the work and the decoration. I did publicity and also created a website. We have been open to guests for 1 year. In Belgium, these people have nobody to help them. The state doesn't pay for assistance. So, sometimes I'm hungry or dirty, but I must wait for a family member to come back. Life is difficult, not just for me, but also for my family members. It is why we are creating LiS, the Belgian Association of Locked-in Syndrome. The first goal is to question the Belgian authorities about the necessities of a life lived locked in and impress on them the importance of helping people living LiS. After my stroke, I had to reinvent my life. I used to be a social worker, but without being able to move or speak, it is impossible for me to return to social work. Instead, I have found projects to help me to live and to feel I am helping myself and others. First, small projects like doing a picture album. But after a while, I found bigger projects, and some of which are useful, such as doing online shopping for my family or helping with homework, my children. To be willing to reinvent my life, to readapt myself, was my best quality. Now, I am able to enjoy my life mostly. But there is so much that I want to do, and I don't have enough time in a day. I love to travel, so my objective is to buy a furnished bus. For the moment, I haven't the money to buy it, and I have nobody to drive it. I don't know how I will do it, but I believe I will.
On ne souhaiterait cela à personne, même pas à son pire ennemi. Voilà ce qu'un proche m'a dit lorsque Bénédicte a été diagnostiqué Locked-in syndrome. En effet, comment imaginer vivre le restant de ses jours complètement paralysée et muette? Je m'appelle Alex, je suis le conjoint de Bénédicte et j'aimerais vous faire part dans cet enregistrement de mon vécu et de mon expérience de vie en tant que partenaire d'une personne atteinte de Locked-in syndrome. Alors pour moi, le LiS, c'est avant tout un choc brutal qui du coup se vit comme un deuil. Comme tous les chocs, les gros chocs qui arrivent dans la vie, quand on se les prend en pleine figure, c'est un deuil qu'il faut traverser. Alors ce deuil, il prend la forme d'une personne entre guillemets qui disparaît. Bénédicte Béné est toujours là physiquement, mais sa voix, sa gestuelle, sa dynamique, toutes ces petites choses qui la définissaient au quotidien et qui faisaient que c'était elle, tout ça a disparu en un instant. C'est évidemment un sentiment d'injustice totale qui apparaît, mais qui est vite balayé par les contraintes du quotidien. Vous n'avez pas le temps d'y penser. Les premiers mois correspondent à une plongée dans le monde du lourd handicap. L'entourage et les moyens financiers sont primordiaux pour sortir la tête de l'eau. Et puis, au fil des mois, vous avez une sorte de métamorphose qui s'impose à vous. En fait, vous naviguez complètement en terrain inconnu et du coup, vous vous adaptez en permanence et vous vous transformez petit à petit. Tout prend énormément de temps, étant donné la pathologie. La communication est différente, la gestuelle change, les routines ne sont plus les mêmes, les réflexes sont différents. Le manque se fait ressentir, les envies également, les frustrations. Tout ça sont autant de choses qu'il faut se réapproprier et qu'il faut voir différemment, qu'il faut vivre autrement. Car être le partenaire d'une personne en situation de Locked-in syndrome, c'est aussi devenir ses bras, ses mains, ses jambes, sa voix. Et c'est également porter plusieurs casquettes, parce que les aides sont insuffisantes. Portez donc les casquettes d'infirmier, d'auxiliaire de vie, de chauffeur, d'assistante sociale, de secrétaire, d'informaticien, enfin bref, j'en passe. Ça est évidemment beaucoup trop lourd à porter pour un seul homme. Et d'un coup, moi j'ai fait quelques épisodes de surcharge mentale et émotionnelle. Alors, évidemment, au début, naturellement, ça explose complètement. Et puis, maintenant, je commence à les voir venir. Donc, alors, à ce moment-là, on s'organise pour que je puisse partir seul quelques jours et prendre du temps uniquement pour moi et me recentrer. Alors, étonnamment, après plusieurs années, vous avez une sorte de nouvel équilibre de vie qui commence à prendre sa place. Et les projets, tant de couple qu'individuels, peuvent renaître. On se sent à nouveau se construire, et ce qui fait surtout du bien, on récupère cette confiance en soi qui s'était faite complètement submergée par ce tsunami qui est le Locked-in syndrome. Donc voici mon expérience de vie décrite brièvement en tant que partenaire d'une personne atteinte de Locked-in syndrome. Il va de soi qu'il y a des centaines d'anecdotes que je pourrais vous vous comptez sur les épreuves et sur les moments de vie suite à cette pathologie. Et je vous assure que tout est loin d'être noir. On a de grands moments de gaieté, de joie et de rigolade, de nouvelles rencontres également qui se sont faites suite à la pathologie et de nouvelles amitiés qui se sont créées. Donc c'est littéralement une nouvelle vie qui commence suite à cette pathologie et nous essayons d'en profiter au maximum. Je vous remercie.
What an absolutely marvelous and enlightening presentation. Certainly an enormous change. All those things that needed to be adapted to and accepted. Wonderful to hear Benedicte's story from in her own words, explaining what had happened and how she felt. And then Alex's marvelous recounting of the changes that came into both of their lives and how they've adapted. During the break, I'll be talking a little bit about the LISA Locked-in Syndrome Association Community Forum. And on that site, there are links to Benedicte and Alex's property, and you can read more about her and their life and have a look at the holiday house that they've created. One of the things that really stood out for me in that was how poorly they were supported. They needed to raise funds for absolutely everything that they needed. Belgium doesn't appear to have any real support system in place at all. And I'm not surprised that Benedicte and Alex are trying very hard to establish a Belgian Locked-in Syndrome Association to try and push for that. But it's deeply saddening that it's necessary for people that are going through such an extraordinary trauma to have to, at the same time, be fighting for funding and to look after themselves. I know we can't expect the state to do everything for us, but in something as extreme as that, you'd think that perhaps they would step in. So that's very saddening. But really, really such an inspired, I think a lot of people that are locked in or have a disability or a traumatic experience in their life feel that it's almost insulting to say that they're inspiring, but I hope that they don't feel insulted, but I find that extremely inspiring, the way that they've looked at all of the positive things and can see that there's a light at the end of every tunnel, and they've done wonderful things with their lives and are continuing to do so and helping others. When you're in that extreme situation yourself, to be thinking of helping others is just so impressive. So we don't really have any, there's not really any point in asking questions here now because Benedicte isn't able to answer immediately. And I think Alex is teaching, he's a teacher. I think he's not actually attending at the moment. So perhaps we'll take a few minutes and have a little break. And if you think of any questions, please write them down. And when we have a discussion just before lunch and at the end of the day, you can bring up those questions and we'll address them as best we can. So I hope that's answered your question, Stefan. I see that you've asked when will there be time for participants to comment. If you'd like to comment now, please say so. If you think that there's something that doesn't need answering, it's difficult when Benedicte cannot answer and Alex isn't here to answer. But please put your hand up. If anybody doesn't know how to do that, there's a method on the, I think it's on reactions. No. Boca, can you perhaps explain to people how people can put their hand up to show that they want to?
Yeah, it is at the bottom of your screen, there's a reaction button. And if you press it, you see all kinds of smileys on top, but below that you see a button with raise hand. And if you raise your hand, it will keep being raised. So we'll see it and we can give you.
That notifies us and we can allow you to be unmuted. So that's on the far right-hand side of your screen. At the very bottom, if you put your cursor down to it. And we certainly have Stefan here at the moment with his hand boldly raised. Boca, can we have a chat with him?
Yeah, Stefan, feel free to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Stefan. Yes, we hear you.
Hi, there's two things I want to say. The very first thing is that the link, you may have low participation because the link on the form that was sent to us did not work and sent us nowhere.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
By hand.
Okay, thank you very much for letting us know that.
The second thing I want to say is that I have been working now for about a year on this issue that was mentioned in Benedicte Origer's presentation about the problems in initiating conversation. And I think that's we're getting better and better at communicating and providing technology for communication, but I don't see anybody else working on initiating conversation without having a caregiver directly there at the point. I'm working on capturing the myoelectric signal from a blink or a series of blinks to alert the caregiver that they want to have the locked-in person wishes to have a conversation. I want to know if anyone else is working on that, and if anyone has any thoughts about that as an issue.
Okay, thank you so much for those comments. I think if there are no other comments, we'll take a short break again, and then we'll also take some time, I think, to resend the link. So maybe now we'll reconvene at 11:50 or so. Thanks. Okay, I think we'll continue now with our next speaker, who is Dorothee Lule. I hope I pronounce it correctly, but please butcher me if I don't. Since 2018, she has been a professor for neuropsychology and experimental neurology at the University of Ulm. She is both head of research in neuropsychology and a neuropsychologist at the university and rehabilitation clinics in Ulm. She also has more than 100 peer-reviewed scientific papers to her name and multiple research projects. And additionally, she is on the editorial board of the journal Neurology and is reviewer for more than 35 national and international journals, grant offices, and conferences. And she has done wonderful work, especially on the quality of life of people with locked-in syndrome. I'm a great fan of your work, by the way. Just saying.
Me too.
I made you co-host, so you should be able to share your screen right now. And Dorothee will present about her research finding regarding the well-beings of subjects with progressive immobility up to the locked-in states. So I give the floor to Dorothee.
Okay, so thank you very much for this very kind introduction. I'm very happy to be part of today's excellent seminar. I'm very much appreciating the option of sharing my work. And I very much appreciate, of course, all the previous speakers talking about their very personal insights, which is very touching to me, as my work for the last 20 years more or less aims to quantify more or less in a much broader perspectives in different patients, what you have reporting for your lives. So I very much hope that my talk is going to add on what has been said before. I have a problem with sharing my slides. I'm very sorry because there seems to be an update. On my Zoom, and it doesn't work now. I'm very sorry. I don't understand why that is the case. Could I send it to Shannon or anyone so that you can possibly share the slides?
Okay, could you perhaps do that?
Yeah, that would be, sorry. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience.
I put my email address in the chat.
Okay.
It's not ML, but NL. I typed a bit too enthusiastically.
Okay. I will do so in a second. Very sorry.
That's okay.
Don't worry, Dorothea, these things happen. I did a mad thing with YouTube earlier and everybody had a laugh at my expense.
Yeah, I was very surprised everything went so fine. So now it's me getting stuck as a newbie, but usually it's working. But there might have been an update. So sorry, very.
She seems to have disappeared entirely at the moment.
She's back? No.
Is she back? Sorry, everybody, these sort of things occasionally happen with technology, as I'm sure you all know from your own experiences. Wonder if we can get her some other way.
Dorothee, you can hear us again now, right? You are in the meeting, yeah. You're muted now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me again?
Yes, you're
okay.
back.
Okay, all right. So the email's out. I hope that you can see it.
I've not gotten it yet, but it should come in.
Okay. So that's really. Yeah. Says it got access to everything and it's out on its way.
That it's on its way?
It says it's on its way.
As in, it is sent, or it is in the
Yeah,
process?
Okay. It has been sent. So I very much hope.
And did you send it to the second email address I put in the chat?
The one you sent me, the one you put in the chat.
Yeah, so I put 2, and the first is with an M.
Yeah, BJ van Balen at UMC Utrecht.
Yeah, .nl, yes, okay. Then
NL.
Oh, so it's, I see, so it's the
Yes, it's
ML.
Netherlands, NL.
Yeah.
In for nothing.
Right, that's my phone.
Easy mistake in a rush, don't worry.
But we have time today for.
We have, there's no rush.
So now I have the NL. Okay, should be there in a second. Did you receive it by now? Yeah, okay. So again, very, very sorry.
But you did not send me your slides, actually. You sent me an email document. There are no slides in the message.
I love it. But our firewall is very strict, so it happens that it doesn't get through.
Yeah,
So,
it says parts of your message were removed because they violated your service policies.
okay, so let's have it again. We should have done that before, sorry.
It's okay.
Now, so I did it again. Let's see if that it works out now. I send it out again. Let's see if you received it by now.
Not yet, but
Yes.
should be
I'll
there.
also do a PDF. So let's see. Yeah, at the clinic, so they have really serious concerns about any programs, and this happens once in a while. So I can also call the IT service, but that takes again very long.
Wait, you send it again or not?
Yeah, I did.
I've not received it yet.
Okay, let's see. You didn't receive anything.
No.
It's probably our firewall that's killing us.
Would you be able to send it with a different email address that does not have the firewall?
I'm sending as a PDF now. Let's see if it works out like this. But I may as well just start talking if you like, so you don't have to wait for so long, and I very much hope that by now the slides arrive. I send it as a PDF. I hope that it arrives now. As I said before, I've been doing research on the topic of well-being, so I'm more or less trying to get the scientific perspective on what we heard so far. In the end today, I'm talking about my research on well-being and on some resources which in the end facilitate well-being. I'm of course talking about classical LiS and residual LiS, where we have communication abilities with the patients via eye movement control, despite complete anatria, so despite a complete loss of verbal communication. But as I'm working here at the clinics of neurology, we also talk to patients in the course of several neurological diseases, which finally end up in the locked-in stage. So the cases we heard today are a lot about those who have a severe stroke, so an instant trauma, which finally terminates in locked-in, whereas we are here at the clinics have different conditions where we also have patients starting off with a more benign symptomatology, which eventually may end in locked-in state. So my work is a lot focusing on amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which you might heard before. Oh yeah, excellent, thank you so much. So I'm already on the, so now I may ask you, yes please, and to move forward already. So that's what I just said. We all know that it's a severe challenge for the patients and the caregivers when patients end up in the locked-in state. And we here at the clinics, we do not only want to understand how to facilitate well-being, but we also want to understand how we may best support these patients to better cope with this severe condition. Would you mind getting the next slide? As I said, I'm talking a lot about amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is a progressive disease where patients start having, in the first place, some mild motor impairments like having writing difficulties, speaking or swallowing difficulties, and eventually in the course of 2 to 3 years end up in the locked-in state in case they use respective devices like ventilation or nutritional support. So it is a major burden to the patients, and go for the next slide, please. To actually have a means to communicate with these patients, we use brain-machine interfaces or eye tracking control to have a better means of what actually the patient thinks and feels. So with regard to well-being, that's what I'm going to talk about today. But we're also doing a lot of science on the question whether the cognition is preserved in these patients by using BCIs or BMIs and eye tracking. But this is nothing I'm going to talk about today, but you might be interested that you can also use these means of communication to find out whether there are cognitive impairments, memory impairments, attention impairments, etc. So if you mind going for the next slide. So today I'm addressing the question whether the loss of verbal communication, whether the loss of mobility is equal to loss of quality of life, a loss of appropriate mood. So does it automatically end up in depressiveness, and does it end up in a high wish for hastened death? So that's the question which several authors all through the scientific community around the world have been addressing for years. And so I'm going also to sum up a little bit of what has been said by other authors as well. So we have to understand that a person is not just physical integrity, but the quality of life or the well-being of a person is a very diverse construct. And I think we have learned about that from the previous talks, that we have an overall experience of life which is very much determined by our social activities, by our economic and physical safety, by our environment. Of course, materialistic things are important. Health is important. Our activity, how we may participate in daily life, how we may interact with others is important. But in the end, a human being is much more than just physical activity. So this is why we try to understand how patients adapt to the severe physical conditions by looking at quality of life and affective state, which can be regarded as measures of how well a patient can deal with the severe circumstances which they face after having such a traumatic experience, such as stroke or a severe illness, such as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. So what we heard before already is also what we were able to show in our research, is that, of course, shortly after the diagnosis, patients react with severe depressiveness. They also react with a reduced quality of life, because you get hit by a bomb and everything changes the moment you hear that you have such a severe physical condition. In ALS, it's of course more slowly than what we heard before, where you have like an instant change of everything that has been there before in your life. There has been research showing that even shortly before the diagnosis, there might be a phase where patients feel uncomfortable already, but especially after the diagnosis of ALS, for example, you see a huge decline in everything that determines well-being. However, and that is something that we also heard today, if you grant the patient sufficient time, they may adapt, and in the end, the well-being stabilizes in the course of such a devastating condition. And this is the straight line which you can see here. Despite that in ALS, this is an example in ALS again, the physical function declines. Furthermore, you still have a stabilized well-being. If you might want to change, yes. And so in the long course of these devastating conditions, we see something that's here defined by lack of depressiveness. On the left-hand side, you see the percentage of patients with no depressions in the long run of different studies. So each bar represents a different study, which includes several hundreds of patients in total. And as you can see here, the clinically relevant depression on the right-hand side is rather rare. And you have a lot of studies on the left-hand side with a lot of long bars indicating a high percentage of patients with no depressiveness at all. So if you really use the clinical definition of depressiveness, instead of just looking at grief or a bad mood or whatever, but if you're really going into the question of, do the patients actually have a severe depression, there you can see that a lot of patients remain free of depression in the course of such a devastating condition. So if you may change. And what's even more important here is that you may have a good well-being in any state of physical condition. So on the x-axis, you can see the quality of life, and on the y-axis, you see the physical condition, and you can see there are dots all over, meaning that it's not a matter of how severely a patient is impaired or not, whether he has a good well-being or not, but it's much more complicated. So it's much more a matter of personal preferences and personal ways of dealing with the situation, which in the end determines whether a patient has well-being or not, a high well-being or not in the course. So that's nothing new, that's not been defined by us, but it's been defined by Hirschbach in 2002 already, and we call it the well-being paradox. So we have seen that in very different conditions, that yes, physical condition does not per se define how a patient actually feels, but again, you may have all different kinds of subjects reacting in a very diverse way to such a condition. So another slide, please. The next slide, please. So what we did was actually visiting locked-in patients in their homes in Poland. And as you can imagine, doing extensive interviews with them is very strenuous, but they were very, very interested in having us getting an insight into their lives. And so we visited 19 locked-in patients in Poland, which is like a very a valuable resource to get a better understanding of what it actually means to live in such a condition. This was a cooperation study with Warsaw, with Magdalena Kuzma, and we interviewed patients by eye tracking control or by brain-machine interfaces, or some of them were still having a residual ability to communicate verbally. And the next slide, what was really amazing to us was that, again, here you can see on the x-axis the physical function. So how far was the physical impairments, and 0 means really no residual movement at all. And on the y-axis, you see the quality of life on a range from -5 to +5, meaning -5 as bad as possible, +5 meaning as good as possible. And you can see that, yes, there are always patients who are having no good experience. They are having a low quality of life, but there were a lot of patients, despite being in locked-in state, who had a very, very good quality of life. There was even one patient saying on this scale that he was on +5, meaning that he was doing as good as he ever had done, which of course was really amazing to us. And he said he's an IT specialist and he has never ever had contact to the outside world as long as he was a young guy just doing programming. But since he was programming a communication device for locked-in patients and distributing experience with other locked-in patients, providing them positive feedback on what he has provided to them by giving others access to his program. So that was a really amazing story to us to find out that there were patients who were really changing their lives in an even very positive way, despite those very severe negative changes. The next slide, please. And again, also here we ask about their depressiveness, and this is a scale which we use in the clinics to determine depressiveness in subjects who have a neurological condition. And you can see that a fourth of the patients did have severe clinical depressiveness, but 3/4 of the patients, 75%, had no severe depressiveness at all, despite being so severely impaired. And we have to say, in Poland, the medical support of the patients is very, very poor. So despite that the medical support by the state was very poor, the patients reported still to be in a good mood, more or less. So next slide, please. Now, what about their wish for hastened death? Because this is always a question that's addressed by the medical staff, that for them it's hard to believe that patients do want to go on with their lives despite the locked-in syndrome. And here we just used a scale that's measuring the wish to actually end this condition, which is, of course, a highly relevant question. Do you want to go on with your life? And most patients said yes, we do. So there were only 2 who said, who were in a range where we really have to reconsider whether they regarded their life good in their way. The others were all convinced that their lives were really good. So that's also a very touchy issue, I have to admit, but it was very interesting to see. Now, if we compare the quality of life of these subjects in the locked-in state or in earlier stages, so here we see ALS patients also in earlier stages, you more or less see that all the bars are at a similar level, meaning if you compare the quality of life of the ALS patients with, for example, patients with irritable bowel syndrome or diabetes, so much more benign diseases, completely different medical history, and still they are in a similar range. Also controls at the same age. So here we talk about subjects around 55 to 60. They were also reporting a similar quality of life, meaning that it was not a question whether the patients had the conditions or not, but it was rather different issues that determined whether patients, no matter what their medical condition was, were actually reporting on their well-being. So that was a highly interesting finding to us. And you may change the slide, please. And here, this is the work which I did with together with Stephen Laureys and his group, where I worked 2009. If you really compare a locked-in state in literature, if you look at different reports on well-being of locked-in patients after brainstem stroke, you see that they have a little bit lower well-being compared to ALS patients when it comes to quality of life, but still 50% of them report a good quality of life, and depression is a bit higher in ALS, in brainstem stroke compared to ALS, but overall the 50 to 70% of patients in locked-in state may have a satisfying quality of life, and depressiveness is rather rare. So this is quite amazing. And if you now look at what specifically is important for their quality of life, if you look at your different aspects like mental health, role, emotional role, social role, vitality, you can clearly see that also in locked-in state, mental health and emotional role can be very, very important and can be preserved in the subjects, whereas, of course, physical function, which is like there needs to be a white bar at the physical function, and you don't see anything, because in locked in you don't have physical function, but you may still have, for example, mental health. And this is something that in the clinical context needs to be regarded much more. We have heard that before, that especially physicians sometimes lack the ability to differentiate between physical integrity and mental well-being. And this is something that we want to put the focus on, that we are more sensitive to have a diverse perspectives on the human being, which is why we're happy that by now the community is understanding it better and better. So now if you look at what's really important for the patients to facilitate the well-being, you can see that family happiness, so the white bars are the ALS patients and the black bars are the controls again. You can see that the satisfaction, the percent satisfaction from 0 to 100, you can see here, is very high, and it's even higher in the patients we have been interviewing. So the factors that are very critical to secure well-being in these subjects is, of course, the social support. So for here you can see the satisfaction is also very high, meaning yes, they do have great social support. And if you may switch the slide, please, we can now say that if you have enough social support, we have something that we call regression to the mean, meaning that if we have sufficient resources, patients may have the time to adapt to their personal norm of well-being, we call it. So everybody has its own level of personal well-being, which he or she reaches after a sufficient time to adapt to the circumstances. So now I will refer to this a bit more, but what's very important, and we heard this in the beginning, is that there might be many differences between countries when it comes to well-being. So this is something that we have to make, or to have to keep in our mind, that here we compared patients from Sweden, Poland, and Germany, that they reported on their quality of life in a different way. So culture has a major impact whether we can adapt to such a condition or not. So this is quite interesting. And another important thing is, which will be presented in the next slide, please, is that caregivers have also a very astute perspective on what actually is going on in a patient, meaning that here we did this again in Germany, Poland, and Sweden, that caregivers tend to underestimate the quality of life of the patients and overrate the depressiveness. So this was highly interesting to see that for a healthy subject, it's very difficult to actually understand what's on the patient mind, what's on the patient's mind. So even the caregivers who had very close encounters with the patients had difficulties estimating the patient's well-being. And now, which is again very important, here the wish for hastened death is also sometimes highly overrated by the caregivers and sometimes very underrated. And this is so important when it comes to medical decision-making in the clinics, that we have to be aware that for healthy subjects, even if it's the close spouse, it might be difficult to actually understand what's going on in a patient's mind. And if you go to the next slide, we see that this is also a case for neurologists. So we interviewed neurologists and asked them to say, okay, what do you think about the well-being of these patients? And they overrated depressiveness and underrated quality of life. When they were especially unexperienced. So the more experienced the person is with these subjects, the more sensitive they are and the more considerate they are with respect to what a patient actually feels. So of course, some of them don't do this interchange of better understanding patients, but most neurologists in our interview were able to show a better estimate of patients' well-being if they had more experience, and especially if they had palliative care training, so they had a better understanding that physical integrity is not similar to, or is not equal to, mental well-being. I think we can sum up our question of how to best support patients by saying, well, we do need a diverse, multidisciplinary approach by having a lot of people supporting our patients here with ALS, but also with any other condition in the locked-in state. So we do have severe outer support from different professionals to facilitate well-being, but I want to have a few more facts added to the fact that yes, multidisciplinary approach is important, but it's also important to grant the patients time to adapt to the condition. So don't ask anybody to cheer up shortly after a severe diagnosis, but patients need to have time to adapt to the circumstances. And here we measured progression, meaning how fast the condition ALS in this case was actually taking place. And you can see that the higher the depression, the higher the progression. So if the disease progressed too fast, it was almost impossible for the patients to adapt to the condition. And this is, of course, a major problem with traumatic causes, that you have no time to adapt at all. So it takes even longer than those 1 to 2 years to adapt to the conditions, which is what we heard in the previous talk. So it might need a few years until you find your own way of living with the condition. What's really important is always communication. So here is a study reporting from Stephen Laureys' group, from Katrin Linse, reporting on how important it is for the patients to use eye tracking for the daily activities. So meaning we need to always secure communication, because that's the basis of everything. If you don't have any means of communicating anymore, this is a very severe challenge. So providing them technology to support their social inclusion by granting them communication is very a precondition for well-being. And then finally, please, I get back to the social support. This is a study done by Tamara Mattusch and Andrea Kübler, showing that yes, social support and the perceived social support really secures well-being. So if the subjects have no means or do not have the feeling of being supported, and this interestingly had nothing to do with how much they were actually supported, but how much they perceived they were to be supported, that was really important for them to get a better well-being. So a patient needs the feeling of, yes, there's somebody taking care of me, but not only physically, but also from the mental perspective. I'm still be seen by others as a person. And now the last slide. This is a bit complicated. You don't have to go into detail. Just what I want to explain by this slide is that it's not only the question of well-being is not only defined by the support which you have the feeling of perceiving, but also about how much social activities you actually do have with your family. This is the green rectangle on the right-hand side. So it was the well-being was determined by how much time you spend with your family. And on the left-hand side, there we determined actually also the way of how people dealt with severe problems in general. So the question of well-being or not has also a lot to do with a personal trait. So how do I deal with issues in general during lifetime? So it was those subjects who actually had a severe depressiveness following a diagnosis were always the ones who already had a depressive episode during their lifetime. So it's really a question of how we deal with issues in general. And this is also, I think, also exemplified in what we have heard before. Those people who have been fighters during their lifetimes, who have been doing great things, are often the ones who are also capable of somehow restoring their well-being despite the severe physical condition. So I can come to my last slide saying that, yes, well-being is severely threatened by the physical condition which we have to face in locked in, but it may still be preserved and it may be independent of physical function and comparable to different pathologies if we have different factors secured. And two of those most important factors are time to adapt to the condition and the ability to socially interact. As we are all human beings, we need to have the support by others. And I think these are the important things I wanted to get out of my research so far. And I very much thank you for your attention and thank all the patients who have provided us insight into their lives because they provided us valuable information and valuable understanding on what's actually inside the patient's mind. Thank you very much. And sorry again for the inconvenience. It's very embarrassing that it's that I messed up your.
Oh, don't worry at all, Dorothee. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you. And these things do happen. It wasn't your fault. It's a technological issue. And Boca managed to get all your slides up for you. So it was really interesting. Thank you so much. And it really supported what had been said, as you say before, all of the other people saying the things that they need that are valuable to them for their life and that are essential. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for those slides assistance.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Of course, I think it ran quite smoothly in the end. So, and please don't feel ashamed or sorry. It was a great talk, very inspiring work you do. I think for now we'll have a very short.
Yes, just
break.
a couple of minutes break, and then we'll go on to the next presentation. Thank you
very much.
Thank you
Bye.
very much, Dorothee. I hope you'll stay with us for a while and listen to the rest.
Thank you.
Okay, I think if everybody's ready, we might continue. We're running just slightly late, but we've got plenty of time. There's no rush for any of the presentations. The next presentation is by another person who's living locked in, and that's Bram Harrison. Bram's also known as DJ iTech. He wrote and presented the International Life radio show with his eye-controlled computer. He uses his DJ iTech Facebook page to voice his opinions, review films, TV and music, and he shares jokes. He's got a great sense of humor, as you'll no doubt see in his presentation. I haven't seen it yet, so it'll all be a big surprise to me too. Additionally, he shares charity information and is keen to use his platform and thought from his very healthy brain for the good of the planet. Brad's English. He's been living locked in for about 25 years, which resulted from a bicycle accident, unfortunately. So I'll hand over to Bram now.
If I'm correct, I made them co-hosts, and they are unmuted now as well, so feel free to start. Maybe.
My presentation is written using my eye-controlled computer, and it's read by the same device. It's in 5 parts, and there will be a pause in between them. Before we proceed, I'd like to make this clear. My accident was over 25 years ago at time of writing. The information that I have is necessarily up to date and specifically refers to me. No two people have exactly the same condition, although the challenges and barriers to a normal life are very similar. Personally, I don't believe in reincarnation. Supposedly, your soul enters a new living organism, and reincarnated life continues as another after your natural death, popularly known as the afterlife. Some people find it a comforting thought when dealing with death. If it were possible, I'd like to come back and live the life of a dragonfly. Their life begins underwater as they hard as nails, lava and looking like some kind of scuba alien, killing every little sucker down there. Then when you've had enough of being king of the pond, you climb out of the water and shed ugly alien body into your new body, a beautiful, colorful fly. This dragonfly has multiple eyes, which give it 360-degree vision, which means it can see everything all the time. Now that is difficult for us two-eyed humans to imagine, what alone would be an amazing ability to have. So, I've lived underwater and now I've walked onto land, where this amazing transformation has happened. I've now taken to the sky, and I'm capable of flying at 15 miles per hour. For something the size of half a pencil, in comparison that's the same as several fighter jets, really. We are talking UFO shit here. There's a very important reason for this flying prowess. To impress a female, of course. This is very well and good, and the sort of thing that sends the lady dragonflies wild. Not sure the huge reduction in penis size would be great. I have developed an appreciation for the natural world and the human race's only known life support system in the universe. Your brain is the most powerful and complex instrument you'll ever own. Worth more than you will ever earn. It's irreplaceable. You can't have a brain transplant outside of a comic book. A brain to its owner is priceless, and so is the cost of protecting it. You could say it's a no-brainer. Before my accident, I didn't take much notice of sports on TV. I was a doer, not a viewer. Now, however, I am a captive audience. I mainly watch football, some would call it soccer. The city I live in is not blessed with a top Premier League football club. During my childhood, I supported my local team. Unfortunately, though they frequented the lower leagues of English football. At the time, the Premier League didn't exist. When they established the Premier League in 1992, it swallowed Division number 1. My local team was effortlessly promoted from Division number 4 to number 3. I didn't really understand back then, and I still don't, not that it really matters nowadays. After my accident, I followed a top quality Premier League football team Following a successful and regularly televised team was the way forward. In my teenage years, their interest, mainly the female of the species, attracted my attention. I was spat out of school in single quote 93, which made me 16 years old. Techno and jungle were giving birth to drum and bass. Mixing this and similar electronic bass on 12 vinyl records was how things were happening back then. Digital formats were available, but not mixed outside of the studio by DJs spacing Cedilla, although there was a huge amount of experimentation, both musically and technologically. These were the days of the Technics, 12, 10s, the record decks of choice, affectionately known as the wheels of steel, when the sync button didn't exist, and we had to match beats with something called skills. All my life, despite my appetite for bass, I've always kept an ear in the rock scene among others. I've never tied myself to one strict style or era. I will quite happily listen to music from before my birth. Me and some of my mates bought a huge DAW sound system. We had 12, 15-inch bass bin and a massive mid-range speaker boxes and tweeters. To give you a rough idea of size, each of the 12 bass bins was approximately the size of a washing machine. We transported in a truck, which we had to hire. They were thumped at the flick of a switch. The vibration from the heavy-duty slab of bass was devastating. I have fond memories of experimenting with the physical power of loud sounds. Although our sound system was loud, it was nowhere near the loudest I'd heard. I think /DC probably inflicted the one on me. My ears were still ringing 3 days later after. I'm not sure which track they used for their grand finale, but they let off sonic cannon, either that or something exploded on beat. By the way, I'm no diehard /DC fan. It was a good experience, and Wembley Stadium in London is great. Who, a friend of mine in a similar situation to me, inspired me to write the paragraph below. When growing up, I never dreamt it would be possible to lose so much. In fact, reality has shown me that it is very possible to lose almost everything apart from your life itself. The severely disabled shell I'm living in today allows me to witness my condition's destruction of what I used to be. No, I wasn't born disabled. I'm well aware of what I've lost. Some might arrogantly say, at least you've had a chance. Well, to me, it feels like someone's taking my meal halfway through and I'm just left watching everybody else finish theirs. Besides being born, this is probably the second most important part of my life. I've heard of consciousness not being discovered for as long as 20 years in one case of a man with very limited eye movements. Eventually, his brain's activity was shown up by the electronic pulses given off by active brain waves. I remember mixing 2 pieces of electronic music with my brain waves at least 10 years ago. It was very successful. The detection device was like something the size of a toilet paper in a cardboard holder. I can't remember exactly why it didn't continue. I'm sure technology has progressed. I wouldn't be surprised if in poorer areas of the world with challenged health care systems, there's some who face life with their consciousness never being found. Thinking of these people, it's hard to imagine how incredibly difficult this must be. The amount I've had to communicate to have things done in the way I like. I rely heavily on continuity of care, but this can't be achieved without initial communication. Having carers that know me in my mind, for example, how I like things, as well as the specifics of my care routine, makes my life worth living. The number of times I've avoided tissue damaging long periods of pressure pain by attracting the attention of my carers and asking to be moved. I don't want to speculate in the same way people do about my life. Some people imagine that it's terrible and how they'd rather be dead. These are the people that depress and anger me. There's hardly any deep thought. It's just a huge overreaction, including negative emotion and misguided imagination. I've just accepted things as they are. I'm not torturing myself with how it could have been. I've made the best of a bad situation. I would imagine a similar acceptance is adopted by people whose consciousness is undiscovered. It was a mental state I can't liken to anything. It was just total confusion. I mean everything. Absolutely everything was shrouded in abnormal impossibility. It was a relief that after all this time, people around me were going to deal with the problem that nobody was listening to me, when what the real problem was, and something I didn't realize at the time, was the fact I wasn't making a sound. I was shouting and screaming in my head. I remember the temperature of my rage was beyond off the scale. I have an understanding for all the red-faced babies out there that have spent hours screaming like a fire alarm, just to have a dummy shoved in their mouths and a patronizing there. I look back at that time, and it's then I feel this great sense of achievement. Yeah, everyone is in charge of their own destiny, but this was a forced pathway to what most people take for granted. I have unraveled a tangled ball of confusion, a devastated life. I've dug myself out of a deep pit that's walls continually collapsed, constantly increasing the gradient of my struggle. Yeah, I'm still severely disabled, but a full recovery would have been nothing short of a miracle. The barrier I've overcome from the position I started is staggering, and I appreciate it's difficult to comprehend without witnessing the entire arduous journey from my point of view. Alliterating my mental states throughout is very difficult. Putting it very simply, I couldn't have thought the words I'm writing, let alone order them coherently and writing them. I'm using a technological breakthrough that 10 years prior to this was unimaginable. I'm not mentally ill. I have an acquired brain injury. There's a difference. Illness as opposed to injury, basically, and I'm the latter. It's important to me that as I struggle to get my words and ideas out into the world using alternative communication methods, that it's understood they come from intelligent thinking and not from a mind tortured by illness. In 1998, a few weeks before my 21st birthday, was the accident. I came off a bike in my hometown in England. The accident is so confusing in my mind. It's hard to talk about, but I know one thing. A cycle helmet would have helped. In my flimsy defense, hardly anyone had them back then. Laying in hospital approximately 2 months after my accident, I began to understand the fact I was paralyzed. By this time, I had been given the "you'll get it all back" speech by a doctor whose name I forget, which is probably a good thing as I now know he was talking out of his arse. The realization that making a full recovery was an impossible dream, and I really didn't want to be one of the struggling disabled people that featured in a slideshow in my mind. This was never expected. Not for 1 minute had I ever considered a disabled adulthood. To say I was shocked would be a massive understatement. The first few months in hospital were a totally confused, conscious nightmare, playing the lead role in a sickening true life horror. I think back nearly 24 years to my first year after my head injury and the complete and utter confusion and how life for me has changed, and I developed a new me. I remember the first time I managed to sit up in bed without feeling like the room was spinning and I was going to fall off the bed. The only thing I can liken it to is the dirtiest hangover I've ever had, and I've had some stinkers times 10. I remember being unable to feel my body and needing a visual reference of the body part of concern on the edge of the bed. If I couldn't see, absolute fear of falling would set in. My lack of confidence in these situations stayed with me for a long time, and psychological assistance maybe would have been useful. I do remember talking to a psychologist in my basic yes/no language and the frustration of not being able to convey the problem. I remember thinking at the time, leave me alone. I think my brain is a bit too complicated for you. Anyway, forward several terrifying years, and I was in Wembley watching a Foo Fighters concert in my wheelchair. By the way, Wembley Stadium is a good 4 hours away from the edge of my bed. I suppose this is one of my achievements, as well as his writing and presenting my iLife radio show. I'll have to talk about that another time. About 5 years ago, I started listening to audiobooks, including autobiographies of famous, successful people. A few memorable ones were ex-US President Barack Obama, F1 world champion Jensen Button, and rock music's nicest guy from the bands Nirvana, Foo Fighters, and many collaborations in between Dave fucking Grohl. The reason for the F-bomb, it's the dude's favorite word. Well, the damn dude. Dave is always billed as one of rock music's nicest guys. I don't think that sets the bar very high. He's one of the world's. And remember never to mark people down simply because of the language they use. When hearing of other people's eventful lives, I increasingly feel the lack of activity in my own. Dave's autobiography cut me deep. The time period of his world-dominating musical career partly parallels with my locked-in life. As Dave listed some of the amazing events in his fruitful life, I coldly recall with disgusted accuracy I was watching TV during all of them. Before I had an eye-controlled computer, that's one of the few things I did. Without doubt, it became boring, but a step forward from laying in silence, breathing, and watching some pot plants grow. Or I had no control of my TV, and less of communicating, or at least a carer with common sense and empathy for me visited my room and changed channel for me. Back then, most of my carers couldn't use my spelling board. I felt totally alienated. I can't think of any other life experience like it. I'll never forget the commitment of my father. He visited me every day without fail, sometimes twice a day. I wouldn't be in a good place mentally without my dad's guidance, support, and encouragement. It was a painful 10 years, but I think that because of it, I developed a formidable amount of mental strength and resilience to undesirable situations, of which there are too many. I'd like to break down any unknown assumption about my previous life. I want people to know and understand it's been no easy ride. Since the age of 20, disability has stolen my adult life. I don't mean my adulthood. I'm still a man. I find myself immensely jealous of what most people would call a normal life. Having my own family in a house with all that goes with it, careers, everything, all ambitions crushed within a split second. I don't know how I coped. The feeling of being left out has been heartbreaking. Hearing about great things and people's expectations and experiences of the impossible or extremely difficult to achieve just makes the disappointment harder. I'm even jealous of disabled people that are mentally in their own world. Well, no, actually, the ability of communication and understanding are powerful and outweigh the escapism. The human tendency to assume is something that can make my life even more difficult than it needs to be. For example, dribbling. Some people associate it with the behavior of an infant, whilst some recognize it from the elderly adults. Well, I've been doing it since the accident which disconnected my brain's swallow reaction at 20 years old. It's one of those things able-bodied people take for granted. It's so frustrating. I've learned things that never occurred to me in my able body. I would love to break down so many myths and misunderstandings that surround disability. It makes me feel extremely self-conscious at any sort of gathering that includes strangers, or at least people that aren't regularly in my life. People also associate it with bloody monsters and crazy people to add to my uncomfortable embarrassment. I can hear the disability in my laugh. The drone is haunting as it is mistaken for the product of a slow brain. Something you're unlikely to hear now due to digital technology, the fading tempo of vinyl records coming to a halt, or the devastation I felt in my teens as the batteries slowly ran flat, winding my drum and bass music into a chilled hip-hop breakbeat before the dread of silence a long way from home. I am having flashbacks to the 90s here, the TTKC 90 cassette and the Sony Walkman with mega bass equalizer. Those little black boxes were serious bits of kit back then. And this brings us to my voice. Obviously, it's my computer. I think some people get the impression that my personality represents the stern old man. It sounds like. A first impression can be difficult or impossible to reverse, especially when you sound like this. It's unfriendly, commanding, stuffy and arrogant. It's not me and I hate it. However, I have always tried to look for the positives in difficult situations. Evaluating your lot in this way helps and is a good starting point. It also breaks a monster-sized problem into manageable issues. I've looked at my accident and its life-changing effects using this philosophy. I don't know if I'm overwhelmed by the magnitude of it and my brain isn't capable of self-help or what. However, the only positive I can find is I instantly gave up smoking. A few people had said don't smoke, but they had never explained why in enough detail to put off my curiosity. They never explained that the effectiveness of it won't grip you at first. This will make you disbelieve everything you've been told, and a few days and several smokes later you mistakenly think there's no reason why you can't just stop. But then confusion strikes, you're enjoying, but it's costing, so you decide on stopping. That is when addiction raises its ugly head. Hooked like a stupid fish, it's got hold of your mind in a way your brain isn't up to tackling. Every time you draw smoke into your lungs, you're filling incredibly clever parts of your lungs called alveoli. These are many little sacs that fill with air when you inhale and take the oxygen from it and transfer it to your bloodstream. From birth, your body's drug of choice is oxygen, but for a brief moment you're disrupting this safe, clean oxygen exchange. It's seemingly impossible, the slightest whiff of stress makes you almost instinctively reach for your nicotine crutch. It makes you stink, ages your skin, saps your money and energy. Oh, it also kills you and the people around you, among other things. So be strong, it's all in your head. I need empathy, people realizing my point of view and understanding my situation. People need to treat me as they'd want to be treated themselves. I'm your adult equal. I'm not deaf or stupid. I had an accident over 20 years ago. If someone had said, oh, bless him, 10 times a day, every day I'd be feeling very sorry for myself. My positive attitude towards my difficult life is a strength I thrive on. Please don't take it away by pitying my situation. Please stop. I don't want the negative feeling around me. You have to keep any feelings you get about my condition to yourself. I'm trying to live my life as normally as possible. I can't be dealing with someone that freaks out every time I have a muscle spasm or cough. Don't panic all the time. You've got to control your own personal feelings. The only time you need to panic is if other people, including me, panic, which is probably hardly. If you can't accept that this is how I am, then maybe this isn't for you. I'm not a fan of Marvel superheroes. They are not for me. And I have never really bought Father Christmas when I was a little kid either. I've always been suspicious of Hollywood's false universe. However, I remember seeing on TV Superman flying to the rescue of a family in a plummeting New York escalator, and 5-year-old me questioning, why have I never seen him in the skies over Britain? Only to be given the quick and easy answer, he only works in America. Further inquisition by 5-year-old me managed to extract the truth from my mother, who would have said anything to shut me up. Unfortunately, Superman's actor Christopher Reeves had a horse riding accident resulting in similar spinal cord injuries to mine. He vowed to find a cure, or at least an improved future for himself and other paralyzed people. My father and I were excited at the prospect of this and how his hoped success could be replicated to aid me. As far as I can remember, Christopher worked extremely hard in the USA raising money and gave assistance to sufferers and promoting awareness about living with paralysis. He lobbied the American Congress and was influential in persuading President George Bush Jr. to allow at the time something that was controversial in America, stem cell therapy. He pursued many other therapies. The heroic Superman actor wasn't able to reverse his paralysis and sadly passed away. A true life superhero and inspiration to many. Etched into my mind is the look of determination on Christopher Reeve's face. To convey my feelings and experiences in a way that others will fully understand is a very difficult thing, but it's something I feel selfish not doing. I hope my words inspire people with many types of severe situations, including and beyond locked-in syndrome. Above all, I want to increase the awareness of head injuries from cycling and activities. Remember, my accident was as simple as falling from the height of a normal push bike onto concrete. In a split second, my life changed irreversibly. Protect your brain, the most valuable thing you'll ever own. And to remind people to always delve below the surface to find out what something or someone really is. You'll be surprised. Never limit your challenges. Always challenge your limits.
Oh, Bram, that was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. It was fascinating and deeply moving and incredibly inspirational. And what a life. Thank you so very much for taking the time to share that with us. And thank you for doing it in 5 parts. Having the small silences in between, I felt anyway, really gave time to take in what you were saying and consider what you were saying and not just keep on rushing forward. Modern life is so rushed, and life for you obviously involves an enormous amount of patience, and it was a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. People can have the opportunity to make comments and ask any questions, as with everybody, on the chat function on this Zoom system. And we're going to be having a discussion time just before the lunch break and just before we finish this evening. So if there are points that you'd like to raise, perhaps make notes about them now, and then we can come back to them. Thank you very much again, Bram. I think we have just a very short 1-minute break because we're running a little bit over. We still have plenty of time, but I know that the next presenter, Lisa, is waiting in the wings. So we'll just have a quick, brief break and then come to Lisa. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're ready for Boca's going to introduce our next presentation.
Thank you, Shannon. Our next speaker will be Lisa Peling. She is qualified as a physiotherapist from the University of Brighton since 2002. And after 2003, she has worked in neurophysiotherapy at Cannock Hospital, part of the Royal Wolverhampton and NHS Trust. She works across the service in inpatient rehab day units and also outpatient services. And she believes that everyone deserves the opportunity to work to maximize their potential, despite what life may have thrown at them. And in her presentation, she will be examining different approaches to physiotherapy and also show that show the importance of being yourself and defining what you want from therapy. Lisa, I give the floor to you. I think you are already co-host, so if you want to share some slides, you should be able to.
Hello, yes, I'm just going to try and share my screen. I'm hoping it works. Oh. Nope. Okay, hold on. That what? Is it coming up on the screen when I share it?
No, not yet.
Not at the moment. We've got your face and voice, but
okay. Yeah, I'm bringing it up on the screen. It isn't liking me. I have it at the bottom of my screen, opening it. Okay. I've had it open for about 3 hours. If I've got PowerPoint open at the bottom of the screen and I click on it, should it come up on the screen?
You should be able to press the share screen button at the bottom.
I've got share screen.
Yeah. And if you press it, then you can press some window you want to share. So you should be able to.
Window. And it just shows me the locked-in syndrome. If I open. No. Ah, it was there a minute. Yeah, it was there. Okay, hold on.
Yes.
yes.
Can you see it?
No, we've got you started your screen sharing, but no, it's not coming up live.
Yeah, we see it
Yes,
now.
we've got it. We've done it.
Okay, I can't see it. If I make it a bit bigger. So you guys can see it?
We
Yes,
see
I think it's slightly bigger than you perhaps intended it to be. It's difficult for you if you can't see it.
Lisa, can you minimize your Zoom window? It might appear then.
How do I do that? Well, oh yeah, I see. Has that worked?
No, you've still got the same screen up on view.
Lisa, are you able to see your slides now?
I can, yeah.
Okay, so we're seeing you and the slides at the top of your window that you're sharing. There's a little tab that says slideshow. If you click slideshow, on the very top row, there's a bunch of tabs.
Oh yeah.
Hit slideshow, and then from beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, and give us a moment. We are seeing your first slide. You should be able to advance the slide by hitting the mouse button or the next arrow on your keyboard.
Has that worked?
Yes.
Yes,
oh,
thank
good.
you very much, James.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, Lisa, welcome.
Okay, hello, technology is not my strong point. So yes, I'm Lisa Paling. I'm a neurophysio and have been well, for as long as I can remember really, but for about 20 or so years, I've had the privilege of working with a number of people with locked-in syndrome, amongst other things I do, stroke, head injuries, a whole range really, as part of the Royal Wolverhampton NHS Trust. I really enjoy my job. One of the things I most enjoy about my job is, well, obviously the patients and giving people the opportunity to achieve what they want to achieve. I'm a great believer that if you can get to know your patients well and work out what makes them tick, and together you can achieve so much. Okay. So why do people with locked-in syndrome benefit from therapy? And I think it's important at this point that I make the point that obviously as a physiotherapist, I think physiotherapy is important, but I also think life is important. So it's looking at why people want to achieve what they want to achieve. So if they want to achieve, I think the example of mixing music, then it's how you help them to achieve mixing the music, not attending physiotherapy because that's what you should do. So obviously locked-in syndrome, we've sort of all been through how it's caused and what. So basically it affects the part of the brain that's responsible for the motor output, i.e. meaning that the muscles that are paralyzed except for the muscles that control the eye movement. So the individual can't move consciously or voluntarily, and obviously how this occurs. So it can be different in every individual. So they may or may not have different bits of movement to the next individual, and it's working out how you channel that movement in order to gain what the individual wants. So there are individual and external forces acting on all our muscles. So if you want to move your arm, you have to go against gravity. You've also got to work with your bicep muscle has to work alongside your tricep muscle in order to bend and straighten your elbow, and they have to work in pairs. So if you want to achieve a movement, you've got to work out and understand how that individual is going to move, and so the advantage of people with locked-in syndrome obviously is that they're able to process and they understand the environment that they're in. So it's working with them to work out the best way that they can gain any kind of movement. So okay, so going back again to your bicep and your tricep, the brain obviously has muscle plasticity. So you need to make everything exciting. Learning new motor skills are possible, but you have to make them meaningful. So if I said, can you bend and straighten your elbow? That really isn't very exciting. But if I said, can you punch me, for example, probably not the best example in all cases, especially in some patients who do have one functional arm and they give you a left hook, then that makes it a lot more meaningful and something to remember. Now, there are different approaches to physiotherapy. You have what's called the Bobath approach, whereby they talk about normal movement and everything has to be practice perfect, which, you know, there's a lot to be said for that. The locked-in syndrome approach, people, they're unable to support themselves posturally. So, i.e. their trunk needs to be stable in order for their arm to work, because if your trunk is unstable, wobbly, your shoulder complex, so your shoulder blade and your upper arm aren't supported. So you need to so it needs to be more functional, so you will compensate with different parts of your body. Okay. My slides don't look the same on here, but that's okay. So be given the optimal opportunity to gain movement in the most efficient way possible, you have to have stability to gain mobility. So if I want to move my wrist, or let's say you've got shortening in your hand, okay, which a lot of patients do. Can you see my hand? Because I can't see what you can see.
Yes, we can in the small screen on the side.
Okay, so if I want to be able to move my fingers, or if I want to help a patient to move their fingers, if I stabilize their wrist, they are more likely to be able to just isolate the muscles in their hand. So I'm not asking them to bend and straighten their wrist. I just want the fingers in their hand. So it is about channeling the energy that you have. So sometimes you say to someone, move your fingers, and they use every single muscle in their body to try and move their fingers. So, but you cannot do that, because you have to have some stability to gain mobility. I hope that makes sense. So it might be that you stabilize their arm on a table and hold their wrist down so that they can gain some finger movement. It might be that their trunk is supported. I'll show you a video in a bit of a way you can do this to try and help move your upper limb, or even indeed your lower limb. But the idea that you have to have stability. So in a normal, I don't like to use the word normal, in myself, I have stability in my trunk, so I'm able to move my arm. So it's how you gain that stability in someone that has no stability, so that they can have mobility. Okay. So in order to have stability, to have mobility, you have to have length. So if you think of your muscles working in pairs, if one muscle is very much contracted, i.e. shortened, and it means that the other muscle is unable to move. So you have to be able to have length in both muscle groups. So this is where stretching is important. So I understand that people, that carers who work with people locked-in syndrome have so much on their plate, and the last thing on their mind is stretching. So it's whether we can have methods of stretching that doesn't involve a carer doing it. And you've also got to remember that prior to becoming locked in, you moved your muscles throughout the day, all the time. So doing 5 minutes of stretching does not replicate that. So you have to have a consideration of how you sit, how you lie. Some people have electric wheelchairs that stand them up. So obviously that's great for pressure relief, and also great for stretching the back of your legs, great for initiating some muscles, your muscles in the front of your legs. Also very good for your respiratory function, because obviously you've got muscles that work your ribs and lungs as well. So you want them to be able to expand and relax too. So always make sure you've got length, because where you have length in your muscles, you can contract, because the muscle that doesn't lengthen cannot contract. Okay. So here I have a picture of a wheelchair. It's not the best picture of a wheelchair. So I think some people's goal may or may not be to sit in a wheelchair. Obviously, they will need to be hoisted into a wheelchair. So let's think again about your leg muscles. So if you lie in a bed, you need your legs to be able to also bend. So there are methods you can use here. Obviously, stretching is one, and if you reach a point where your muscles are too tight, you can use botulinum toxin to inject to try and reduce the spasticity levels. This can also be used if you have spasms as well. If anyone's got any questions about Botox, I'm happy to answer those at the end, because I do that as part of my role as well. There is also other medications such as baclofen, but the problem with, well, not the problem, but baclofen has a more global effect if you have spasticity. So you take it well, orally or through an NG tube, whichever whichever way is best for you, but has a global effect on your body, whereas the Botox will have a more isolated effect. So you could have it, say, in your bicep muscle, in your hamstring muscle at the back of your leg, to facilitate you sitting in a wheelchair. So I think important points of your wheelchair, in order to be able to sit and sit comfortably and for a longer period of time, in order to be able to achieve day-to-day things like going out, seeing your children, seeing your family, just experiencing day-to-day things. Because I think, as I said at the beginning, it's therapy is about achieving things you want to do in life, not just achieving them because you can. So you have a cushion. I'm pointing at the screen, that doesn't help, sorry. You need a cushion that's clean and proper size for your wheelchair and comfortable and good for your skin integrity, because one thing you really don't want is a pressure area or sore, because that will affect your spasticity and how your muscles function. Your seat back height is important. So it needs to be just below your armpit, so it supports your trunk and enables any upper limb kind of movement or being able to shuffle. Most wheelchairs will have support around your lower trunk as well, so you can't slump sideways. Your chair height needs to be adequate, so you have good foot contact with your footrests, so that you maintain length in your hamstrings and the back of your legs, and then also your feet, so your feet aren't pointing downwards, because that can be uncomfortable and can also cause spasms. Your seat depth needs to take into account your buttocks and your upper legs, so that you suggest that you've kind of got 2 fingers behind your knees, so it's not rubbing on the back of your knees, but also it's supporting your legs. Having elevating footrests helps to reduce swelling, but you also need to consider, so if you lift your legs up, obviously you're increasing the weight on your pelvis and the back of your legs, so ideally they need to be adjustable so that you can do that at different times of the day. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Okay, hold on. That's not the presentation. Oh, how do I come out of this? Help. Okay, I have the other half of my show is somewhere.
Do you have it open on your computer? The whole slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully on in the same way. There we go. Share. Okay, is that back on the screen?
It is.
Okay, let's hope this works again. I again can't see it, which isn't helpful. Oh my God. Can you still see it? How did?
Yes,
well,
yes, we
that
can.
very
Last time you
lo-
clicked on slideshow.
Yeah, I can't get it.
If you
back up
can't
on
see it, I don't know how you can do that.
Go ahead and minimize your Zoom window, and you should be able to then see your slideshow.
Is it? Why isn't it coming up?
Lisa, can you tell us what you're seeing on your screen right now?
A blank screen, and I've got the two. I've got it open on the left-hand side now. I'm just opening it up again and hoping that it works. I'm really sorry. Okay, I have it on my screen. You can't see what I can.
We can see your slides.
I'm up to the one with the wheelchair.
Oh,
And the other ones have disappeared, which is really not helpful.
Lisa, what you can also do is send your slides to the email address I just put in the chat, and then I can make sure that we can display them if that's easier for you.
Yeah. Where's the chat? I could hold, I've got another computer next to me that I can hold up on my shoulder alternatively. Okay. I'm just forwarding it now. B. J. Okay, I've sent it. Has it appeared?
Not yet, but should be there any moment now. I've not received them yet. Are you sure that it's sent?
Yes, it says it's sent.
Takes a while to cross the sea, perhaps.
Please don't be worrying, Lisa. These things happen, and it's partly my fault because I should have thought in advance that something like this may happen, and we could easily have just asked all the presenters to send their slides so that we had a copy, and that would prevent any of these things from happening. So please don't worry, and we've learned from it, and next year we'll do it differently.
Okay. Otherwise, I can hold my computer up. I know that's the way you can't see it, can you? No.
It's a little bit awkward. They should be with Boca any minute.
Okay. No, it's too small, isn't it? Yeah.
It's doable if we get really stuck.
Yeah.
Still nothing, Boca?
No.
Oh.
You send it to the email address that I just put in the chat?
Yeah, definitely. And it says it's sent as well.
I'm getting an email now, yes. Let's see.
Maybe check the spam folder as well.
I've gotten the email.
Good.
You've got it. Oh, good.
Yes. Okay. Now share my screen. Should be able to see the slides now.
Yes.
Okay. This is where we left off, correct?
Yes. That's amazing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Then I'll press the buttons. Yeah.
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 So where were we? So the importance of muscles require length to contract, and they work in pairs. So one contract while the other relaxes. So if one muscle doesn't have full length, the other one can't contract. So how does this work in practice? So breathing requires muscles. Techniques such as rib springing to increase the amount of breath you can take in, because obviously we've got muscles that help us to breathe as well. So this is a compressive technique that's applied gradually during breathing out. So you breathe out, pressure is applied to your ribs with an added overpressure at the end, and then the compression is suddenly removed, which is a deep inspiration. So this is a way, as long as you've got someone postured correctly, that you can help them take deep breaths. So I think following, obviously, having a global pandemic, people with locked-in syndrome were obviously at very high risk, but it was very important that we got people to be able to take deep breaths, so that then subsequently, if we could get them to cough as well, but obviously they needed to be able to use the bottom of their lungs afterwards as well. Anyone who's had COVID knows kind of how your lungs are affected. So this was an important technique with anyone with locked-in syndrome, and actually anyone that had breathing problems at all. Okay. Can we? Yeah. Oh, lovely. Okay. So stabilization. So this is one of my lovely colleagues, and I was talking about how you could stabilize your trunk earlier. So obviously not everyone has wall bars in their house, but this just demonstrates how you can use a sheet, or you can use a towel, and you can, so you tie yourself, get someone to tie you to a wall, or you can strap it around your wheelchair, or if you don't have either of those and you're attending therapy, you could have someone tie a sheet around you and hold on to it very, 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 very tight at a session. But obviously having something static is much better. So you can see in the picture of it, his name's Jack, that how we've tied it round so it comes underneath his shoulder blade, which allows the shoulder blade to still move. So we talked at the beginning about how you could punch, or how you could, so this would allow you, if you had pulleys in front of you, so you would still be supported, but so you could gently try and, well, gently, you'd use everything in you to try and pull down, whereas someone with locked-in syndrome would not be able to sit in that way unsupported unless they had the binding round them. So you could use anything in therapy. It depends on what your goal setting is and how you use it, but that is a method that you can use. Okay. Can we go to the next? So hopefully this video will play. So if we could play the video, does that? Yes. So what this is demonstrating is, so in locked-in syndrome or stroke or any other condition whereby you haven't used your fingers for a long period of time, what the brain does is it does something called chunking. So this is part of your body schema. So if you use fingers regularly, your brain has receptors, so it knows that your fingers can move and you can feel through your fingers. If you're not using your fingers regularly, and your hand and all the individual parts of your arm, what the brain does is chunks it all together. So instead of having individual fingers, wrist, hand, your brain has like an appendage, and it's all part of the same thing. So if you try and use something like putting a towel underneath your hand, different stimulations to the hand, it wakes the brain up. So you could also rub your fingertips. This is not quite, well, it's up there with stretching, but it's highlighting to the brain that you have a fingertip. So if you squeeze your fingertips, your brain goes, oh, a fingertip, and unchunks it. So then you have 5 fingertips. So it means it also sends messages to the spinal cord as well as up to the brain, so that you can have reflexes at the spinal cord as recognition that those parts of the body exist. And if you're lucky, you may get a stretch reflex as well. So it stimulates the opposing muscles, which means that you get an automatic stretch. And I think that was me. So does anyone have any questions? Apologies for the technologically unadvanced.
No, that's totally fine. And thank you for a wonderful presentation. Really nice to have this perspective as well today, focusing more on the physiotherapeutic science. Yeah, if there are questions, so we have to see a bit how we do it time-wise. I don't know what you think, Shannon, in terms of start with
I think perhaps we should have a break now. We were going to have a discussion group now, but because it's so difficult to get feedback backwards and forwards, apart from doing the chat thing, which everyone can do individually anyway, perhaps we should just have a break. James from iGaze, James Brinton from iGaze, who was very helpful with getting Lisa up and running then, is going to be doing a presentation whilst we're having the break about the iGaze system. So perhaps we can have a couple of minutes, just nothing, just quiet, and then James can take over. So whenever you feel ready, James, you're activated and ready to go for you.
Sounds good. We'll give a few minutes and then I will share my screen.
Great, thank you, James.
Good morning, everybody. I'm James Brinton. I'm a speech and language pathologist. Currently I'm in Arlington, Virginia in the United States. So it's almost 8 a.m. here. I'm so happy to be invited to join you. I'm going to speak briefly and introduce eye gaze technology. This Zoom room that we are using is our eye gaze company Zoom. So I get the chance to join and tell you a little bit about eye gaze. So I'd like to introduce myself, give an overview of eye gaze technology. I'd like to talk about the pre-screening process if somebody is curious about whether or not eye gaze would be a workable option for you or for someone that you know. I'd like to briefly cover some of the challenges of eye gaze technology, and I'd like to also offer to answer any questions and provide a brief discussion. Before we do that, I'm going to put my email address in the chat, as well as a PDF that I would like you all to enjoy on your own time. So first, our email address is info@eyegaze.com. And the document I just shared in the chat is called the Communication Bill of Rights, which is a document that has been adopted by the American Speech Language Hearing Association. And the Communication Bill of Rights states outright the individual rights that we each have as people who communicate and what rights we have. They're very powerful and short statements that I use to guide my work as a speech and language pathologist. So I want to start off first by acknowledging Shannon and all of the conference organizers, those who have spoken. Mr. Bram, your talk was captivating, and I'm so grateful to have heard that. Suzanne, there was a quote that you put earlier in the chat, and I wanted to thank you for that. Suzanne's quote alluded to the idea that sometimes people hear about this magical technology called eye gaze, and they have so much hope in that it might be a working option for somebody. I would like to discuss in our brief time together some of the nuance that is required for us to know how to apply this technology and what might be possible for some individuals. As she mentioned, it is not a cure-all or something that works for every body and every eyeball. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Thank you. So thank you for those who have contributed thus far. I'd like each of you, if you're either taking a lunch break or coming in and out of during our transition time, think of a question you might have about eye gaze and feel free to type it in the chat, and I will bring it up as we go through the next 20 minutes here. So I work for Eye Gaze Inc. We're based in Fairfax, Virginia, and we have been making a product called the Eye Gaze Edge since 1988. I have been trained by Dixon and Nancy Cleveland, who are pioneers and some of the first inventors of this technology in applying it to people who do not have a voice and need communication technology with their eye movement. My role with eye gaze, aside from being a speech and language pathologist, is to educate, to go into evaluations with clinics and to teach evaluating clinics how to use eye gaze technology and how to ask the right questions. We'll go through some of these questions in just a minute. I wanted to share that our eye gaze products have been successfully delivered in 50 countries now. We are a small company, but we have a worldwide outreach, and that's done through our thorough pre-screening process, customer service, and teaching virtually across the world once we find someone who is a good candidate for this technology. I also wanted to share that 25 books have been written using our Eye Gaze Edge. I also want to let you know that there are several companies that make eye tracking technology, including companies such as Smartbox in the UK, Tobii Dynavox, Eye Gaze Inc., that's us, Cranky Romic, PRC. So there's not just one company that offers this technology. And when somebody is looking to get an eye gaze communication device, it's critical that you and your speech therapist try out different technologies, different manufacturers to find the one that really works for you. I have been in many presentations where it starts to become a sales pitch, and this is not that type of presentation. My goal is really to talk about some of the things we need to know. Yes, this is one product that we offer in the marketplace. It's not perfect, and I would recommend that you speak with a speech therapist or your evaluation team and see what is available in your region. That said, we'll jump in. Let's talk a little bit about the pre-screening questions. Actually, before we do that, let me share some slides. All right, this is our product called the Eye Gaze Edge. We are based in Fairfax, Virginia, here in the United States, but we have a worldwide outreach, and we're happy to have a conversation with you and talk about how you can try the Eye Gaze Edge if you would be a good candidate. We're here to have a discussion. The Eye Gaze Edge is an eye tracking camera paired with a communication and computer tablet that has specially integrated software that allows somebody with just their eye movements to access the full function of a computer and a speech generating device. So it allows you communication with a keyboard, with phrase pages, with social media and other email, internet communication, full access to a computer and the internet just with your eye movements, access to the functions of a smartphone, including calls and SMS text messaging, and then environmental control, like controlling the ceiling fan, controlling the lights or the TV, all done with your eye movement. Now, how does eye gaze technology work? So you'll see on the left, there's a computer tablet that's integrated with our eye tracker, and it has special image processing software. You have the person seated on the right, and the eye tracker is pointed at their eyes. Now, how eye gaze works is there is a beam of infrared light that is coming out of that camera, and it is pulsating multiple times per second. While it's doing that, the camera is taking pictures of the individual's eyeball. And at the same time, the person is looking at the screen, and there's a process of calibration where the camera will learn where your eye is looking and be able to predict where you're looking on the computer screen. So after you calibrate, for example, if you look at the letter A for half a second, the letter A will be pushed just by looking at it. So the camera is predicting where you're looking. After that, you look in a sequence of letters or phrases or buttons, and then you can look at a button that says speak, and it will speak all of the letters that you sequence together by your eye movements. So in essence, it becomes a keyboard with your eyes. So it's an alternative access method. Just like a keyboard and mouse is an access method into the computer, your eyes and your eye movement now become an access method for a computer where you can access communication software and the other functions of a computer. Now, who uses the Eye Gaze Edge? Often it is people who have been paralyzed either by some sort of disease or an accident, as we've heard earlier today, but people who have intact eye movement. So this might include people with motor neuron disease or ALS, with individuals with locked-in syndrome, spinal muscular atrophy, or other brain injuries. Also multiple sclerosis or cerebral palsy. When you are looking at the Eye Gaze Edge or any eye gaze device, you're going to have a home page that will offer you all the popular features that people need to access with their eyes. So here is our specialty design pages. This is called iWorld, and it acts as a home page to access all the popular features. So you can see the first button is a chat button. Then you have a button where you can surf the internet with your eye movements. The third one, we'll show you a picture of this in a minute, is a medical communication page, emergency call bell. Next is a page where you can access entertainment like YouTube or Netflix. We have a phrase page where you can access pre-typed phrases, so you don't have to type out everything. The next button is social media. So a lot of people would like to access Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Next, we have the functions of a phone and SMS text messaging. So you have to have a smartphone and you can connect it to your eye gaze device, and also an email inbox. You'll notice on the screen that there in the lower corner, there's a pause button. So you can look at the pause button and pause the eye tracking function. So you can let your eyes relax and you can let your eyes wander across the screen without accidentally selecting things. You'll notice the eye gaze edge in the upper right, we have, the upper left, we have an eye image that shows exactly where the camera is pointed and what the camera is seeing. So you can position yourself correctly, make sure your glasses are positioned correctly, and that everything is in good working order. Here's an example of a keyboard. This is a standard QWERTY keyboard. And this is a keyboard that's part of our notes feature. So you can type up your thoughts and save it as a note. You can put a date and timestamp. You can go back to the speech keyboard as well. Here's just an example of one of many pages that the software, we run a software called MindExpress 5. It's out of Europe, out of Belgium. And here's a page that is a phrase page for communication and medical needs. And these pages are fully customizable, and you can have as many customized pages as you want with pictures. Here we have various medical requests. We have a yes and no button. On the bottom, you see there's a button that leads to a pain scale, so you can communicate specifically where you're having pain and how to get that addressed. Here's an example of a social media page. This is Facebook. So at the top, you can see your eye gaze command buttons, and at the bottom is your social media page. So you can really access communication with friends and family and stay connected to the world around you. On the left, we have WhatsApp. A lot of people will use that in conjunction with text messaging. So there's full computer access to the functions of your smartphone that you see on the right, so you can place and receive phone calls. And the computer acts as the individual's voice and will speak for them. Here's a page of environmental control applications that you can go into and program. So this includes anything that would take an infrared remote. So television, DVD player, Apple TV, home environmental controls. A lot of folks have different technologies in their home, whether it be an Amazon Alexa device or an integrated smart door, so you can lock and unlock, or Ring doorbell. All of these communication technologies can sync up together more or less and work together for someone who's just using these functions with their eyes. Here's an example of an Amazon Alexa page. So here's your home page where you can put and create all of your most frequently used commands for Amazon. You can access them with your eyes, and then your Amazon Alexa will engage with your speech generating device. Here's a fun application. Music is such a powerful tool, wonderful, wonderful thing in all of our lives, I imagine. This is a website, it's called Radio Garden, and you can access any website. The internet is so amazing. We can access the whole globe around us. And this is just one example of somebody going in with their eyes, surfing this website, and listening to radio stations from across the world, all with a glance of their eye. So if you don't know Radio Garden, the website or the phone app, check it out. It's very, very fun. Like I said, you can access the full function of a computer. This is a Windows tablet, so this person is playing Candy Crush right from the desktop of their computer, just with their eye movements. Here on the left, we have a picture of somebody who's using some advanced computer control. So we have the eye gaze edge in the upper part of the picture, and it is synced up with the person's MacBook. So they are controlling their MacBook, and logging into all of their files and save web pages on their MacBook. Now we've come a long way. This picture was taken probably 5 years ago. We now have a way on a Windows computer to access your iMessages. That's what this woman was doing on her MacBook. And she was getting in on her Facebook page, which you can also do directly on your iGaze Edge. But you can see, I know it's very small, but she has typed several messages. First message was, I love you. B loves cat. So they had a cat, love you. So she was really typing words of affirmation. This was the first day when she got her iGaze communication device. And these were some of the first things she was typing. iGaze technology also works for children. Here we have a child who is locked in, and the iGaze Edge has been placed in front of him, and he is accessing a cause and effect game as a window to start accessing and learning his communication pages. I showed you pictures of text-based communication. There are also symbol-based communication. So either adults who have lost the ability to spell or recognize words, or children who need to be language learners and learn with words and pictures and icons. When somebody gets the iGaze Edge, what does it include? It includes the iGaze tablet and camera, the communication software, a carrying case, and a keyboard for the assistant or caregiver. It includes some sort of mount, whether it be a mount for your wheelchair or a mount that can mount to a table like we see pictured here, or a rolling floor stand that goes over you while you're in bed. It includes setup and training, as well as lifetime technical support. And then it includes also a product warranty. I wanted to share a few pictures of how people in their home environments are using this. On the left, we have a young man who's using his iGaze Edge as part of his workstation, so he can access his school and his work. On the right, we have an individual who is a stroke survivor, and she is using her iGaze Edge. She's sitting in a recliner, and it's attached to her table next to her. It's also available, like I said, with a wheelchair mount. You can see here, Malin on the left, she has it mounted to her wheelchair. And on the right, we have somebody in their home environment, and you can see the full wheelchair mount there with all the adjustable joints. Here's a picture of a rolling floor stand that if somebody's in bed, it can be mounted above them so they can be comfortably laying down and have full access to communication, to a call bell, to controlling their TV and surfing the web right from where they're living. Okay, last slide. If you want to know more, or if you want to have a discussion with us, we're very friendly. We're not not too pushy or salesy. Our website is iGaze.com. I put in the chat, you can find us at info@iGaze.com if you email us there. All right, let me stop this. Oh, okay. All right, so let's talk about a few more things. If you've thought of any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I wanted to talk next about the pre-screening questions. Sometimes people have heard about iGaze technology, but they're wondering, is this something that I could use or my loved one could use? Oh, you have your hand raised. PHL Kennedy, feel free to unmute yourself if you'd like.
Hi, I didn't mean to interrupt your.
Please do.
I didn't mean to interrupt your talk, but I just wonder if somebody's eyes move off the screen without pausing it, just move off and then come back. Is it still calibrated? Will it still work fine?
Yes. So when it's calibrated on the screen, the camera will monitor and predict everywhere you're looking within the bounds of the screen. If you look off the screen, nothing happens. Or if you move out of the way and then come back and look on the screen, it should work just fine.
Oh, good. Okay. I was just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah. Some individuals who have spastic movement, like cerebral palsy, might move sometimes, or even you or I, if we turn your head and look at someone, nothing will happen. It's only within the bounds of that computer screen is where action will happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad you interrupted. Casual conversation. Okay, great. So also raise your hand or unmute yourself or drop in the chat if you'd like to ask a question. Let's talk about pre-screening. Sometimes people say, well, who is a candidate? There are several questions that we like to ask to make sure that we are pointing people in the right direction if they might be a candidate. So the first thing that we like to know is, tell me about your eye movements. For somebody to use an eye gaze computer, they have to be able to move their eyes of their own volition, up, down, left, and right. Now, I've worked with some individuals who have had a brainstem stroke who can now only look up, and down, no more left and right, and that's okay too. So they need to have some sort of volitional eye movement. We're also very curious about the condition of the eyes. Have there been any eye surgeries, any eye injuries? Does the person wear glasses? So we really, first and foremost, are curious about the person's eyes to understand, are there any complicating factors that we can talk about and that might be problematic? The next thing we want to ask, and as a speech therapist, of course, very interested in this always, if somebody is locked in, tell me, how are they currently communicating? Do they have some sort of way to indicate yes and no? For example, some people look yes, they look up for yes and down for no, or they might raise an eyebrow for yes and a frown for no. Some people have a little thumb movement for yes, and everybody is different, right? So we want to understand, can they answer yes and no questions somehow? The next thing we want to ask is, where are they positioned during the day? In a bed, in a wheelchair? Are they still walking around? So we can know how to mount the device in a way that will meet them. It is so important for our bodies and the person's body to be comfortable and supported before we put any device in front of them to communicate. So we want to know where they are, where they're going to be positioned. The next thing, and sometimes this question comes up pretty quickly for good reason, people like to know, how much does technology like this cost? Often in the United States, if somebody is locked in or has had a brainstem stroke or motor neuron disease, their health insurance will pay for the cost of a device because it is medically necessary. Now, we get contacted from people across the world who may not have medical insurance or might not be covered. The cost out of pocket for a device like this is around $15,000 US. So it is a high ticket item. And we understand that a lot of people don't have the means to access that. So you may be a person who lives near a hospital or an evaluation center where you can check out assistive technology, or you may live very far away from a center. So I would recommend find a professional, a hospital, a speech therapist, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, and ask who around here in this area has access or some information about this type of technology that we can have a conversation and we can try it out. Now at iGaze Inc., we can send our devices across the world after a thorough pre-screening, but that's done strictly on a cash basis unless you live in the United States. So I realize that that is a limitation. Those are the main pre-screening questions that we ask. Then we ask also, is this person literate with a keyboard? Do they need a symbol-based communication page? And what language do they speak? Our software is available in multiple languages, and we have trained people and families all across the globe. Okay, Suzanne, thank you for joining. Question, how are developments getting on with iGaze technology in use with the sunlight and outside? Our current experience is it's possible, but with a lot of compromises. Doesn't always work as smoothly as individuals would like. I'm going to put a pin in that question, Suzanne. Your quote from earlier today reminded me of something, and this question reminds me of it as well. Suzanne, you are naturally an advocate for patients. I can tell with these important questions. I find it, there's a gap right now, as you know, in our understanding of each of our innate right and desire to communicate, whether or not we have a working vocal vocal cords and mouth, or if we're locked in and we have a speech generating device being our voice. Each one of us has communication rights, and we believe that, and we teach that. And yet, Suzanne, as you're alluding to, the technology has such a far way to come because there still are so many limitations. People are dependent on their support staff to set up, to turn it on, to get it calibrated. What about outside? Sometimes it doesn't work. Oftentimes it doesn't work. What about when you're in the shower and you're bathing and you can't have your high-tech device right there? There are severe limitations still. So we as manufacturers, as engineers and therapists have such a long way to go. So let's get to Suzanne's question. The development about outdoor eye tracking. There are some companies, namely Tobii Dynavox, and I think iTech Digital Systems, that now have technology that allows, in some cases, for people to use their eye gaze technology outdoors in full sunlight. One of the difficult things about this from an engineering perspective is, like I said at the beginning, from that eye tracking camera is coming infrared light. And outside in the sun's full rays, the sun's light also includes infrared light. So often the sun's full rays will wash out that infrared light that's coming from the eye tracker. It needs to reach the person's eye and then travel back down to the eye tracker. So there's a limitation where the sun light, which includes infrared rays, is fighting with the eye tracker's infrared rays. Now, one thing that we can do in the industry is increase the amount of infrared light coming out of the device. We can also use a combination of bright pupil and dark pupil tracking. There are benefits to that, in that using a communication device outside is wonderful, and people deserve and need that. One of the downsides, though, is increasing the amount of infrared light coming from the camera can be difficult for some users. It can dry out your eyes much more quickly. And some people have infrared or light sensitivity, and an increased amount of light can give them headaches, make them tired more quickly, and it's not sustainable throughout the day if they have that much light. So there are trade-offs. And Suzanne, we are not yet there as an industry to perfect that. So we're fully aware of that. I don't know of any recent developments outside of, like I said, Tobii Dynavox and iTech Digital have what they're calling outdoor eye tracking, but it is with limitations. Okay, next question. I'm curious what the training or calibration process for a user looks like. How intuitive is the device in use, and what is the false negative positive ratio like? Wow, really good question. Let's talk about the training process. So when somebody gets an eye gaze edge, I'll speak to the eye gaze edge, the device that we sell. When somebody gets the eye gaze edge, near or far, it comes with several hours of setup and training. So either in person or virtual, which includes a user manual, training videos, and virtual sessions, just like we're having now, where we can see each other over FaceTime or Zoom, and we can be in each other's living room and set it up and train you. That includes training the individual how to use it, but equally as important, we must train the families and the nurses. A communication device cannot be successfully implemented unless you have a support network of capable people who are willing and able to turn it on, to learn how to calibrate, how to position it correctly, and how to advocate for their loved one who is currently without a voice. We see many families who say, well, they don't always need it. I know what they're saying. And we all know for us to speak on behalf of another person is taking away the innate communication right of that individual. So as much as we can, giving them robust access to their voice is critical. All right, calibration. Calibration is about 10 to 15 seconds of the individual looking on the screen at a moving yellow dot. When something is in our visual screen and moves across the screen. So for example, if we were looking out the window right now and a bird were to fly across our visual field, our eyes would naturally start to track it. Calibration is very similar in that this ball is moving on the computer screen and our eyes will naturally follow a moving target. So within about 15 seconds, as we've looked at these dots, the camera and the image processing software is calculating and learning what our eye looks like in each little portion of the screen. So calibration is typically pretty quick. Within 15 to 20 seconds, it's learned where you're looking, and then it will let you into a keyboard or a game page, or wherever you want to go. How intuitive is the device to use? A really good question. All of us, our eyes move about 3 times per second, day, and even at night, our eyes are moving back and forth during REM sleep. So the action of gazing is intuitive from the time that we're born. Where it becomes tricky is we're now asking this person to use that as an access method. So there's a high cognitive load there. So it requires, just like if I were to sit you down at the piano for a first time, say I put out music and said, play this song. It's not that easy. You first have to learn how to put your fingers on the key, how to play a scale, how to listen to the metronome and listen to the beat, and then slowly start learning how to play the song. So using an eye gaze device, like any other motor task, you have to break it down into small and simple steps with support, with encouragement, and with training. That said, we know how to look across a row of letters. We just have to learn the rhythm of it. So it is intuitive in a way once you provide the proper support. Great. BCI, brain-computer interface. I believe that is the next wave of technology, and very excited to hear some individuals talk about that. Let's talk a little bit about the false negative and positive ratio. I don't know if you're talking about maybe people who get a device and then it ends up not working for them. Like I said, a thorough pre-screening is critical, because not only is it technology, but it's hope. Communication brings joy and hope. And if people are working toward that and then that's somehow not achieved, that can be so devastating. So we try and be very, very careful. I'm aware that in this industry, I started in the eye tracking industry in 2016, that there have been waves of companies or people in the industry prior to 2016 who have said, oh my gosh, eye gaze is amazing. If you have Rett syndrome, get an eye gaze, it'll work. That there have been promises of false hope. And that's one of the challenges. If I could move kind of wrapping things up, talking about some of the challenges. There is a limited amount of centers with experts who really know how to ask the right questions and thoughtfully deliver this type of technology. So we have to keep spreading the word and asking questions and taking everything little by little with a grain of salt. Funding, as you know, this technology is expensive, and there's a lack of resources sometimes when somebody needs this technology and it's not available. We talked about using a device outdoors. That's a big limitation. Using a device indoors in a wet environment like a bathroom or a shower, there's limitations there. The people who use this technology are dependent on their support staff to set it up and turn it on. They're not independently able to use it quite yet. So we have a long way to go. I envision a time where there's a smart device where it brings the eye gaze, the communication device, right into the field of view. It turns it on and focuses. Artificial intelligence, where the person isn't dependent on a human who has kind of limited knowledge. And it gets them in, and then they can interact. It finds their eye, and then it gives them access. Small things like text messaging. So yes, like I said, you can sync it with a smartphone, but the person, because it's through another software, can't send and receive group text messages, which are such a source of joy. So we have little technological advances that are limiting. This device requires battery, and it's a computer, and sometimes computers don't work. So we have a long way to go as far as improving the computer technology as well. Shannon, that's all I have. Thank you for your question.
That was wonderful.
I'm going to go ahead and just make sure I didn't miss anything outdoors. Important, just wanted to add interesting. Okay, BCI, yes.
That was
Thank
really
you very
helpful. It was a
much.
great presentation. Thank you very much. It was
My
a good
pleasure.
way of spending the lunch break. I was eating and listening at the same time, and I'm sure most of the rest were as well. Thank you so much, James.
My pleasure.
And thank you again for allowing us to use your Zoom system, or we wouldn't be here at all.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Okay. I was intending to talk to everybody about the online community forum, the LiS online community forum, but there's actually very little that I can tell you about other than that it's a community forum. It's on Facebook. It's pretty self-explanatory if you'd like to have a look around. I'm going to post the link now on the chat page. So have a look and request to join if you'd like to, and we'd love to have you with us. And I'll hand over to Boca again for the next to introduce the next presentation.
I thought you were going to introduce.
Oh, am I? I don't mind. Would you like me to introduce Dawn?
Yeah.
Okay. Dawn had her son on the 15th of June 2003 at 27 weeks due to having severe preeclampsia. 2 weeks later, she had, in her own words, the mother of all strokes, which left her living locked in, and she's been living locked in for the past 20 years. She's an extraordinary woman. Prior to all of this happening, Dawn had gained a BSc in psychology and computing. She'd been a financial advisor, a motorcycle salesperson, and finally an ICT teacher at a private grammar school, which was a job that she dearly loved. She didn't stop though. As soon as she became locked in, once she was on the recovery, she's written a short book. She's taken a BA in history and an MA in the history of art. And she's currently in the final year of her PhD in architectural history. She's been working extremely hard, and as everyone could appreciate, particularly after today's presentations, the amount of work that it involves for somebody who's living locked in is vastly more than for those of us who don't have those disadvantages. So today, Dawn's presentation will be discussing a day in the life of someone with locked-in syndrome, the day-to-day challenges that she faces and how to overcome them where possible. And she's also going to discuss the pros and cons of running her own care team. Thank you, Boca. Is Dawn live?
I think so. At least unmuted and co-host.
We're ready for you to go, Dawn, as soon as you are.
Good afternoon to everyone watching and listening. As you can see, I am managing to do this whole presentation without moving my lips. Unfortunately, this is no end of the pure ventriloquist entertainment. You are listening to my automated form of communication, the one I tend to use when I can't get someone's attention or when they can't work out what I am spelling to them and my frustration is reaching breaking point. I have been living locked in for the past 20 years, so I am something of an old hand at this. It was 2 weeks after the premature birth of my son on the 15th of June 2003, the date the 28th of June, and the events of that day will be etched on my brain forever. A perfect storm of events commenced at 6 a.m. as my husband got up early to catch a train to collect his new motorbike. I woke up clearly having had a stroke as my face was dropped on the right. I was slurring my speech, and although I could move my right side, it was clearly weak. My husband did what any loving husband would do in the circumstances. He phoned my parents, then buggered off, a behavior that gave plenty of indicators of what was to come, but that's another story. When my parents arrived, they immediately called an ambulance. I was taken to Stafford-upon-Avon and eventually given a CT scan as the MRI scanner was broken. They were very pleased to find no bleed to the brain and set about reducing my blood pressure, which was sky high. I kept saying that I had a pain in the back of my neck, which in fact I had been complaining about for a few weeks, but other than giving me a couple of paracetamols, they basically ignored it. At about 6 that evening I went unconscious only to wake fully, after spending a few days drifting in and out of consciousness. A blood clot had become trapped in a torn nerve in my neck, causing a brainstem stroke, and I could move nothing or even speak, and the damage to the right side was more severe and permanent. Since this time my life has been very different to the one I had planned for. Even from the early days I was denied the simple pleasure of holding and feeling my baby son. Now that he's a few days off 20, he is the one that hugs me. There is never a time when I think, oh, it's not so bad, and the frustration can sometimes drive you crazy. Still now my dreams find me up and walking about, but at least waking up to find nothing has changed is expected now and comes without the desperation that it did. A normal day for me starts at 7:30 a.m. when my father gets up to open the front door for my personal assistants and pops in my false eye shell as I lost my eye when I first had my stroke. There was nothing wrong with my sight, but because the muscles of the right side of my face were not working, my eyelid wasn't closing, and my eye gained one almighty gouge across the retina, and despite best efforts an infection got in, and I lost my sight and my eye. At 8 a.m. two of my personal assistants come to give me my medication. Then the rest of the time until 9 a.m. they are free to get my clothes and toiletries ready for my shower, along with looking after my cat, Gary, who is the result of my last trip to hospital. I wouldn't go and had to be bribed with the promise of a kitten. Around 9 a.m. is getting up and shower time. Unfortunately, the shower chair is an ongoing problem. The chairs are obviously having a finite life, and with my shower chair at the time, the wheels had seized up and the specially made scent had now split, and the foam inside would take in water during my shower and slowly let out during the day. Yuck. After 2 years I have a new chair. It is too big and it barely scrapes over the toilet, but I am thankful to have one, which is not how it should be, in this day and age, for the disabled to be grateful for what we can get. Straight into the shower from the toilet, where I had 250 milliliters of Jevity Plus for breakfast, and depending on what day it falls on as to whether I have hair washed, then into the bedroom to get dressed, and transfer from shower chair to wheelchair, then on into the kitchen for teeth brushing and hair doing until the morning routine is complete. 11 am also signal S time of arrival of the daytime pullers, who do the 11N-7 shifts daily, which also covers the lunchtime and the 8 in toilet and food at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. I now have a couple of hours freedom, and I try to use this time to catch up with any messages or emails I need to attend to, or try and ensure that cover is sorted for any last-minute illnesses that may need sorting out, or on a Sunday I have the receipts of all of my personal assistants to do, and you can guarantee that I will have to send a message out as someone will forget to submit their receipt in, so more often than not my food is due before I have finished what needs to be done. The lunchtime shift for my P.A.S runs from 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. so one arrives at 1 p.m. to join the PA already here who have just given me lunch. to toilet me whenever during that hour that I want to go. After this, one carer goes home and the other has some lunch before they start the afternoon shift, which is when I should start my PhD work. Although more than not I will still have something to sort out from the morning, and I will have to temporarily shelve PhD work. At this time I probably have my most uninterrupted time of the day, as my next call for food is at 5 p.m. Although during this time I try to cram everything in amongst coughing, having my mouth wiped, as I have no swallowing ability voluntarily, and even involuntarily it's not very strong, so I will probably need some suction at some point, so never am I totally free. At the moment I am in the final year of my PhD, so I am spending a great deal of time in getting that written, which is proving to be a total nightmare, as my brain has decided to take a break without permission and doesn't want to put in any effort. It's bad enough being locked out of your own body without your brain deciding it is holiday time too. Come 5 p.m. and another of my P.A.S arrives to assist the all-day PA to feed and toilet me, with a brief break before the 7 p.m. team arrive to start the reverse process to the morning group. So they do everything required to put me to bed, except to put me actually to bed, so I have my teeth brushed, my face washed and changed into my night clothes, but they then put me back in my chair other than my bed, as this task falls to the well-named late crew who come at 10:30 p.m. to toilet me and put me to bed. This, however, is still not the end of my day. This is my TV time until around 1 a.m. when I settle down to sleep. I wanted to tell you all this so that you can see the lack of room for spontaneous acts in the life of someone locked in, which is probably the greatest loss. This gives me a thought. While I sit here and write this and look at the beautiful weather out there, is the impossible task of using the side gaze outside. At the moment, while I am writing this and working on my PhD and any other computer-based pursuits have to be undertaken inside, as it simply won't work outside, I have tried sitting in the shade with numerous large umbrellas to shade both me and the eye gaze, and still have had no luck. In fact, sometimes when I am indoors, the sun coming through the window will be too bright and I will have to move. That aside, the beginning of 2021 saw another devastating and life-changing event with the death of my mother, and I am sure that I don't need to remind everyone that this was towards the end of the COVID-19 pandemic. Spending a year staring at the same falls to then have this followed by the unexpected death of a parent was a definite recipe for a spiral into a deep depression. At one time I felt too exhausted to cry, but just as it seemed like things could not get any worse, the agency I had been with for the previous 10 years and had in fact helped to set up served their notice of withdrawal of services. Initially, this was to be an open-ended notice until I had a suitable replacement, but this became the set date of the 8th of August 2021. The reason given was that they didn't have the expertise to deal with me, although they had had the expertise over the past 10 years, but as the company had grown, I was having a greater variety of new untrained carers that didn't know beyond my requirements. Fortunately, this was the best thing that the care company could have done for me. I had already approached my social worker with a view to getting the ball rolling to sourcing my own care, and to this end obtain a personal health budget or PHB after the obligatory forms were completed and the funds were agreed on the 15th of July 2021. My first 2 personal assistants started, a long-standing friend who had worked for my previous care agency but had left for medical reasons, and my brother who had taken early retirement from nursing and now wanted something part-time to fill the income gap. At this point, a company was used by the NHS to do the recruitment on my behalf, and therefore I was relying on them to find me suitable care staff. At this time, I had now received dated notice of termination of contract from the care company, so my need for recruitment was urgent. The company that I had placed all of my hopes in had sent me the details of the grand total of 2 CVS to assess, and I invited both to interview, but only one replied. Jade started on the 9th of August 2021, and with a skeleton staff of 3 I was now property independent, and it was great, but now the recruitment process needed to start in earnest, and in those first 2 weeks I recruited another key member of staff who, despite being very good at her job, undertook other action, which unfortunately led to the downside of being an employer. Something that I have always found a struggle is to keep the feeling of this being a family environment in which data-making employees understand that although it may not feel like it, this is still their job and should be taken seriously as such.
I think that might perhaps be the end of Dawn's wonderful.
At this stage, I now had a
she's
single
starting.
carer on every shift, and in some cases there were 2, especially during the mornings in the week, although weekends were to remain a problem for some time. The next few members of staff were recruited in quick succession, with the inevitable teething problems such as having to sack one member of staff during their probation period. Eventually, I had 8 personal assistants and had virtually filled the rota with the exception of a few hours every second weekend which had to be covered by my father. Unfortunately, just as everything was running smoothly from week to week, I received notice of termination of employment from one of my personal assistants. They were back at square one again, or so it seemed to me, as back went the advert on Indeed along with interviews that inevitably follow. Twice the role was accepted, and contracts were drawn up, one for the individuals involved to fail to materialize, one being offered different hours and a higher wage and the other managing to fall down the stairs in her flat and then simply didn't turn up for her first shift a week despite assurances that she would attend. Fortunately, word was now spreading that this was a great job opportunity, and others that I had known previously had remained in contact with other members of my staff and were willing to take a reduced number of hours just to get her toe in the door. Every week tends to require some cover, and so it can be easy to boost weekly hours for someone willing to take a risk on a small number of contracted hours. I don't believe in 0-hour contracts, but I think my smallest contracts are for 10 hours, but you would be hard pushed to find someone that doesn't get regular overtime. The reason I am telling you this story is that despite being from different countries with access to various types of medical facilities and types of care, this is the greatest level of independence that you can achieve. Sadly, I was discussing this with Tracy Gibb, who was finally moving into her own apartment after 28 years as we debated the number of personal assistants I would need, as I was estimating 6 when she had 14. Although I don't have overnight care, I had still wildly underestimated the number of personal assistants I needed to allow for holidays and sickness, and here we now are, 2 years down the line and 9 team members along with, believe it or not, I feel it hard too, an actual waiting list of people who want to work here should a suitable number of hours become available. It has been a long 2 years to get to this point, but it has definitely been worth it from a quality of life aspect, having just returned from a holiday in Weymouth. My daily routine was followed in an informal way, food when hungry and toilet when needed, and I certainly couldn't have done it while with a care agency. I would like to show you a video that a member of the team that came to Weymouth made.
Tell me what it takes to get you feeling alive. Tell me how to show you it's a beautiful life. I'll do anything to pull you into the light, 'cause everything will change when you open your eyes. Yeah. So
Dawn, we have a still shot on the screen, so there isn't a video appearing. You hear music, but there's no video appearing. hello, Dawn. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, the video, we could hear your video, but we couldn't see any picture. Nothing came up on it. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to send me a link to that, and I can post it on our Facebook page so everybody can look at it on the Facebook LISA Community Forum page. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. It was really moving to see the challenges that you've been facing and the way that you've overcome them, and the incredible spirit that you show in dealing with everyday things that we all take so much for granted. And we really appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and all the very, very best with your PhD. I'm sure you'll be hugely successful. Thank you, Dawn. Well, we're pretty much running on time now. I think we've probably got Phil waiting. Should we go straight to Phil now? Are you ready, Phil?
I guess I'm ready. As much as I'll ever be.
Yeah, I will shortly introduce you, and then you can start.
Sure.
Absolutely.
So next up we have Phil Kennedy. He has been developing brain-computer interfacing since 1986, so he is really one of the pioneers in the field. Actually, Phil, I don't know if you know, but we were at the same conference last week in Brussels. That's
Great conference. That's terrific.
Yeah. Phil's been instrumental in 6 patient implantations, the most 2 recent for developing a speech prosthesis. He has obtained a PhD from Northwestern University in Chicago in 1983, having obtained his MD from the University of Ireland in Dublin in 1972. And he now works in his neural signals lab in Duluth, Georgia, in the US. And he will talk about the neurotrophic electrodes, if I'm correct, but Phil knows better.
Yeah, I'm sorry I changed the title on you because of the conference. The conference was so good. There were so many, let me see, where am I? Oh, here it is. There were so many excellent talks. I changed it to the brightening future of locked-in people. Come on, okay. So I'm sure you won't mind. I'm going to tell you about that. My little icon here, what that is like a box with profile of somebody in it, and the scape out here is using neural signals. So let me talk about the conference. Can you all see this okay?
Yes.
Yeah, good. I just want to make sure.
Mhm.
So the first thing is restoration of speech that I'd like to talk about, and I'm going to talk about that in more detail. But there were all these people way ahead of us developing speech devices, restoring speech. They use ECOG is where you lay the electrodes over the brain, and a few of us where we penetrate the brain with the electrodes. So Johns Hopkins, in Utrecht with Nick Ramsey's lab, in Maastricht with Christian Herf, and then University of California, San Francisco, that's Davis with Ed Chang's group there. And then at UC Davis, Caltech with Professor Anderson's group, and then Stanford University. I know you're thinking, well, it's all right doing all this research, and there's us. But what good is that? Well, it's a hope for the future. And people might think, well, maybe I'd like to actually get involved. So there are, as you can see, on the East Coast and West Coast of the US, plus in Utrecht and Maastricht, there are people working on that. You could volunteer if you want to get ahead of the crowd. You might wonder why I went into restoration of speech. And let me tell you a little story. I had a friend and colleague, David Jane, ALS patient for 30 years. And I asked him, would he like me to try, this is back in 2003, would he like me to actually restore his hand movement so he could type on the computer or restore his speech. And he typed out, we gave him a device to control the computer. He typed out he just speech. He wanted speech, and then he could speak to his children. And tragically, he was diagnosed with ALS when his daughter was born. So he wanted speech. He said it would make him more human. So I said, okay, let's give it a go. I'll tell you about that. The other brightening thing is restoration of movement. You probably have heard about the work from Switzerland, I believe. It was at the conference where they had placed a spinal cord stimulator in the spinal cord of a quadriplegic patient. And they were stimulating so that he could walk. So stimulating parts of the spinal cord that drove his walking. And then just recently, and they published it in Nature, Science or Nature, that they actually put EEG electrodes on the outside, just on over the leg area. So when he thought about walking, those signals were taken from his EEG down to the spinal cord stimulator, and that improved his walking when they stimulated the spinal cord. And that improved his walking. And that was really dramatic. So the other thing that robotic helpers will make life a lot easier for the locked-in person and the caregivers. And speaking robots or computers allow for an intelligent conversation, such as ChatGPT. That is when people have their speech restored. And also, I was listening to Mr. Brinton's presentation. I can imagine if somebody is able to speak again, they could access the eye gaze systems, because there's a huge amount of software there and so much that you can do with those. I think it would be very interesting. The other thing is that people at the conference, the avatars are coming into play. So in other words, I'm saying the multiverse or just whatever enables a locked-in person avatar to actively enjoy another world. So they can make an avatar of the person who's locked in and with their facial features and so on, like themselves. And then once you can speak, you can use the signals from the brain to control the avatar. So you have this sort of new way of living. And finally, you could open a business on the internet, earn a living, and pay taxes. That's not such a bright idea. Okay. Actually, David Jane, he's dead now. David is, he had a business on the internet. He got married twice, and he had a fairly good life, but you know. So for ALS patients, it's not just technology, but medical therapies are advancing also. For example, the Amylyx has been approved recently by the Federal Drug Administration, and that is great. It's added to two other medications that we use, Radicava and Ryaltech. They've been approved for years. And so the expectation and the hope is that some of the 53 medications that are being trialed right now will slow the progression of the disease and maybe eventually cure that disease. So let me tell you about our work. And by the way, that little paper I wrote, The Brightening Future of Locked-in People, is actually on the website, on the LISA website. So let me tell you about the crazy stuff we've been doing. All right, back in 1985, conceived on a neurotrophic electrode. It's different. It's not got tines that you put into the brain. You put the electrode in your brain, you grow the brain into the electrode tip. So it grows through this hollow glass cone and it's held in place. So as I'll show in a moment, it survives for a long time, like 13 years in one patient. So we did the first rat implant, and that we use whisker activity, and that showed that over the rat's lifetime, some that lasted a year, some 16 months. Rats don't last much longer than that, but the signals remained the same. And then in '92, we did our first monkey implant, and using movements of an arm, for example, the monkey would reach out and some units would fire, some single units would fire, then they'd grab a piece of apple or something and other units would fire. On the basis of that, we got the FDA permission to implant the first human in 1996 for control of a computer with FDA approval. That was for communication. And in 2004, the first human implant for speech restoration. And there was, I'll tell you more about this patient, but it lasted for 2014, still getting signals, and then he was too ill to continue. Then at 13 years after implantation, he died, and we got some very important histology. And then the problem was, well, I'll explain shortly why I implanted myself. So this is the electrode. Very important coiled wires to have strain relief. That's super duper important for longevity. And the wires are 2 mil gold Teflon insulated. And they have a little shelf here so you don't push it too far into the brain. And then you go down, you put the tip down near the cortical spinal tract neurons, which are the really important neurons for actually getting things done. And the tissue grows from them from a diameter of about 2 millimeters around the tip. And it goes all the way through. So you have slow firing units, fast firing units, etc. There's a photograph of one. The bar is 500 microns, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4 wire tips in there. And the recording is bipolar, so plus and minus. So those mononated axons near this wire will be polarized in that direction, near the other wire in that direction. So you can actually get from one electrode, get bidirectional units, or at least you get units that you can detect in both directions. The first study we did in rats way back, we noticed that the first few weeks that many of the whiskers vibrissae actually activated the signals. Then that narrowed down to just a few. The important point is that these are 500 microns apart in the brain, where they're represented in the barrel cortex. So we know that you can get activity surrounding the tip of the electrode, which is a very important point. So there are the references. If you want to check them out. Can you all hear me okay? I'm kind of talking to myself here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, I just got to check because I'm kind of looking at my computer talking about it. Okay. So we realized that we were not capturing enough units. That there's, from the histology I'll show you later, we realized that there's so many mononated axons that we're not recording from. So we teamed up with NeuroNexus, and they built this electrode. And you can see the tip here is a little glass tip. I'll show you that in detail in a moment. And then a strain relief connection to this. This is 16 channel, and these big wires are just for ground wires. And so again, the pad and the tip here, and then the serpentine for strain relief. And if you look at the pad, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 by 4. We've got 16 recording surfaces, about 500 microns apart. Some are obviously closer together, and we coil that around. It's shaped like that, so you can coil it around like this, and make it into a little cone, and then you enter that into the glass cone. There's a metal rod for stability during insertion. Once you get it in, then they glue that inside the glass. And why do we use glass? Well, it's biocompatible. This is polyamide that's biocompatible. The gold and platinum are all biocompatible, and the glue is biocompatible. So outside, of course, it destroys the brain, but it doesn't matter because a person can't use the brain anyway. So when you get the growth in, then as you'll see, that's where the action is. So the first setup with, I'm going to skip rat work, the monkey work, and all the initial patients. But this is Eric implanted him for speech in 2004. And the setup was we put the electrodes in the speech area, and we attempted to get close to it. And when I implanted myself, we're very sure in the speech motor area. That's the part of the brain that controls the articulators. When I'm speaking now, that part of the brain is very active. So, sorry, I'm just taking a sip of water. Okay, so the electrodes are there, the amplifiers record them, the FM transmitters send the signals out to an antenna coil. There's no battery, so we use an induction power supply that has another coil and to power up the system. So the receiving coil sends the signals to a mic sorter, neurodecoder, speech synthesizer, then the system speaks it out, and the person, Eric, could hear, he could hear, so he has feedback. Feedback is really important. And these are the kind of signals we get. He had like a dual channel electrode, and it looks like a real mess, right? Multi-units. But you can see that some of them have the same amplitude, these might have the same, those have the same. So we sort that out, and you end up with things like this. For example, here you can see the calibration of 10 microvolts, very small. This whole thing's about a millisecond, and you never get much more than 30 to 50 microvolt amplitude. And the some depolarize this direction, some in that direction, as I mentioned before. So I'm going to show you a video of, actually it was shortly after we implanted them. You have to wait 3 or 4 months for the tissue to grow in and become stable. After that, get down to business. So what you're going to hear is the computer ding, and the computer says data. And then Eric says data, or he doesn't. He attempts to say data. So it's a little difficult to follow, but remember the ding and data is the computer. After that, it's Eric. Okay. You ready to go? So what we did to achieve that is we attach the DA to a particular single unit, and he had control of that. So it didn't take him long. I can't remember, a few weeks before he could make this video. But that's not speaking. And the problem with it is that you can't attach, several hundred words to 700 units. You could, but it'd be very difficult to control. The way the brain works is not with that, it was patterns. So what we did was we used the patterns to try to decode phonemes, words, and phrases. And of the 39 phonemes in the English language, we're able to decode about 32 above chance, not with great accuracy until you come out to the more hard consonants. So in other words, the phonemes are e, u, and then, consonant phonemes. So that was interesting. So we could do that. So we knew we had it. We did a lot more work with him that I'm going to skip by. But one thing is, apart from decoding phonemes and words and phrases, could Eric control it like he controlled data? And so this is Eric here in the wheelchair. This is Dad, who's an absolute hero to me. Absolute hero. He looks after his son, you wouldn't believe. And that's myself. And this is John Bromberg. And John, by the way, can you see my little hand, my marker? Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. John did his PhD on this. And he showed that Eric could indeed control the phonemes. Oops. Yes. So
Position. Speak. Position. Speak. Speak.
So, oops, I just knocked it down. So you can see that it started out on the sort of a neutral phoneme, and then it went to high frequency. Someone wants to admit it went to a high frequency and then neutral frequency. So he could move it all around. But you know, we analyzed and said, well, that's really too slow for speech. But still, it was a really, really strong advancement. It's all published. But the unresolved issues with him, we did so much more that I'm going to skip over. Because he was mute, because he always mute, we could never know when he really started to speak silently. Obviously, he couldn't speak audibly. So he couldn't speak audibly, so we don't know if decoding audible and silent speech were equivalent. If it was just as easy to decode silent speech as it is to decode audible speech. And there was no control period when we could be sure he was resting and not speaking in his head. And the reason for the control period, as you'll see in a moment, is that you've got to compare that to when he was speaking audibly or speaking silently and make sure there's a significant difference. So we need someone who speaks audibly and silently and provide a controlled rest period. So that's why I volunteered. All right. So here's what I did. Here's the layout. So that's just the continuous data. We sorted out the little spikes from that. There's a control period where I try to sit down and not think, not speak, not do nothing. And it's very hard to stop your brain from doing something, which I guess is good. While I was sitting there with my left hand, I hit an event marker. Remember, the electrodes are in my left, and I'm right-handed, so I didn't want my right hand to be working because it might interfere with the motor cortex on the left side. Anyway, I hit an event marker, and I spoke audibly, could have been a phrase, a word, whatever, and hit the marker, and then a different marker for the silent period. And this is actually an X-ray of there are 4 electrodes in there, but the bulk of the electronics was so big that we could only put in 3, which is very disappointing. But you can see here the electrode connectors, they go to the amplifier and the FM transmitter, and that's powered up by the induction coil sitting here. So you put a coil over that and a coil over this, and off you go. So to cut a long story short, we replicated what we did with Eric before I had to take them out because the incision was opening up from the bulk of the electronics. And so we had a phoneme like G and Ch, and this is audible and this is silent, and there was no difference between them synthetically doing just a simple p-test. But there was a significant difference between the control period and audible and the control period and silent, and the same for Ch. So that nailed it. That said to me that offline, I know it's offline, which isn't good, but it's the best we could do, that you can actually decode speech. It's the same for words and phrases. So going back to Eric, like I said, we recorded at year 9, 10, and we actually conditioned the units to show that these are real units, not just residual noise in the system. And we did histology at year 13 years post-implant. It was the longest of anybody in this game. And so dissecting it out, you can see this is the tip of one of the wires, and the tissue was drawn back a little bit, but that's the tissue that was inside the cone. Number 2, this is the tissue outside the cone. And then you can see the coiled wires for strain relief. Then they're free. And then, so we did various stains. So that was a basic stain to show the tissue and the 3 wires in there. And then you go further down towards the end, you just have one wire. You have two and then one. And then we stained it for axons. And you can see some here, they're pointed out here, here, here. You can see lots of them all over here. They're out of focus there, but there's so many. Then we stained it for myelin, and lots of myelin stain. So at that point, I realized that we're missing most of them. Okay, these are the three wires going through, and of course they're not recording these. They're not recording except at the tips. So I realized we need to have more channels of recording channels. And then the most important thing is just to control. This is what gliosis and scarring would look like, and this was Eric's. There's no scarring. There's no scarring after 13 years. So that's another first. Okay, so the issues remaining were the audible and silent speech firing patterns were not significantly different from each other, but were significantly different from the control period. That's super important. Thus, it's possible to decode speech, both audible and silent, offline. And histological analysis in ER and Eric indicated that we are not recording from most myelinated axons, despite the 20 or so single units from each electrode that we could sort out. And therefore, we partnered with Neuronext to develop a multi-channel electrode. Let me show you that again. That's the tip. And you can see the multiple recording sites. That's what it's like when it's coiled up. And you can see all the channels going back to the electronics. And that's what it's like when we put in the cone. So we're doing this, we're testing the electrode in rats. And of course, we check the impedances. And we like to have the impedance, it usually starts out fairly high. These are starting out high. And then it trickles down, which is what we want, down to a few hundred K ohms. But it's not always happening. For example, in this one, number one, you can see how the impedance went back up for the last two recording sessions. Oops. And down here in rat 3, you can see that some of them are high and staying high. And they're high, and that's a bit disappointing, but we'll just have to see what happens. The rats are still ongoing. So let me show you something about the patterns we get. For example, the major aim of this study is to see if it's possible to detect contrasting patterns of single unit firings. Patterns would allow us to associate words and phrases with individual patterns. And by touching the rat's eyeball, a blink response is obtained bilaterally. And no worries, rats have a skin over their eyes to protect them. Blink response that we get is probably listening compound action potentials as shown here below. For example, this is not a single unit, it's probably multiple of single units. And some other examples the same way. So that's all right, at least we're getting a response. And we can, there's certain patterns that we can detect. I'm going to show you some data from the rats. And time scale is 30 seconds, and then some of them are just 500. The maximum amplitude is 40 microvolts, which is okay, and baseline of about 10. Here are the 16 channels, and you can see some of them spike. The same thing. I'd be concerned that it's the same spike on them all, and some of them again. So let me show you a little bit up close. These are some examples of when we touch the eyeball that you get this firing, this burst of probably compound action potentials. And that's one there that's, again, standing out from the rest. But there are lots of other single units like here and there, they can be separated out. That was on one side of the rat's one eye, and on the other eye, it wasn't at all as dramatic, like here and there, maybe something here. We looked at it here and there, maybe. So this contrast and these pattern contrasts are important. So we had spikes. We call them spikes before we call them single units, because we have to prove they're single units by many other techniques, including most important is function. So you can see spikes here and there and so on. Just some examples of those. And that's 100 milliseconds. And then if you look at 20 milliseconds, you can see more clearly that some of these will probably turn out to be single units like this one. Why do we choose single units rather than ECOG or EG? It's just have higher resolution, so you can do more with it. So we need to use single units to obtain higher resolution, hence better decoding of patterns of single unit firings. And of course, the more you have, the more words, phrases that you can decode, so that the person can speak more. And we're going for conversational speech. In RAT2, there's about 260 spikes, and maybe 80 of them are single units. And RAT3, there's 240, maybe 60 are single units. So that's better. Those numbers are pleasing, but we have to prove it up. So perhaps 1/3 of the spikes are single units, but it must be proven. So after all this, conclusion is the 16-channel version of the neurotrophic electrode is being tested. The answer is not in yet. It's not proven to be an improvement on the older version, though it may have an increased number of spikes that may prove to be single units. And with the newer, older version of the electrode, we intend to implant locked-in persons again in the near future in an effort to restore their speech. The people working with me, there's Dino, he's been working for me a long time, from Georgia Tech. Dan Furman is in, he owns ArcTop, he's in San Francisco, and Dan does the decoding the patterns, specifically for that. And Manlene Laurie and her student, they're looking at what's going on inside the electrode, where Dan is just saying, well, give me the data and see what we can do with it. And Jamie Hetke and Carlos Crackham are at NeuroNexus. They build the electrodes. 2 neurosurgeons, Dr. Cervantes from Belize, principally here from locally. And then built-in electronics, Ray Burke, Danny O'Hare, and Ben Griffin in Tyndall Microelectronics. Just to say a word on that, we intend to have this totally implantable. You've probably heard of, cardiac pacemakers. They are totally implantable. That's what we're aiming for, so I think we can do it. We've laid out a plan to get it done, and it's just going to take some money and time. And Dennis O'Leary is the CEO of Dark Pulse, who's funding this. And these are previous collaborators. I mentioned John Brown-Bird and Professor Gunther and a whole bunch of other people from different places. So I thank you, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions. Thank you.
That was a marvelous presentation. Thank you very much, Phil. It's absolutely astonishing that you went to Belize and had your own brain implanted. It's just, it shows a real dedication to your field, and you've been in that field for so long. Thank you so much.
A lot of people said I was crazy, but I try to.
I think you're crazy. I think Boca thinks you're crazy too. We all think you're crazy, but I mean, where would we be if there weren't crazy scientists in the world?
There you go. Okay.
Absolutely, you're the main man. Does anyone have questions? Post questions onto the chat line if you'd like to, because Phil can answer you directly there, even if we do move on to the next one, which we'll need to shortly. Somebody there's thanking you for your work, Phil. I think everybody is thanking you.
Very welcome, Lisa.
Just that's outstanding work you're doing. I think we'll have just a 2-minute break. If we come back in a couple of minutes, just stretch your legs or have some thoughts or write some questions or rest your eyes from the screen, and we'll come back and we've got Professor Stephen Laureys' presentation coming up next.
Thank you.
Okay, is everybody ready to go again? The next presentation is Stephen Laureys. Professor Stephen Laureys is a neurologist, a keynote speaker, an author, and a research director of FNRS. He's the head of Giga Consciousness at the University and University Hospital of Liège in Belgium, and a visiting professor at Cerveau Brain Research Center in Quebec. I was fortunate enough to spend some time, a couple of semesters with Stephen. He was my PhD supervisor for a while. A wonderful, wonderful team of people that he works alongside and leads there. His presentation today is on locked-in syndrome and the power of the mind from a neurologist's view. Dr. Stephen Laureys briefly explains his research on locked-in syndrome, so I'll let him take it from there.
Here for the locked-in. Hello everyone, wonderful to speak here for the Locked In Association LISA Community Forum second webinar. I'm Stephen Laureys, a neurologist, a brain scientist working in Belgium, but now also putting up a lab in Canada. For the past 25 years, we've been using brain scans, as you can see here on the slide, capturing what we call neuroplasticity, how the brain is adapting to situations like yours, brain damage, and how not just the billions of neurons, brain cells, but also the thousands of billions of brain connections actually are permanently changing. It is part of a bigger mission. I created the Giga Consciousness Research Unit, where I founded the Coma Science Group, the damaged brain, but also looking at the effect of anesthetics, psychedelics, and we'll discuss today, meditation hypnosis, which basically is trying to use neurotechnologies to document what I would call the power of the mind. How can science explain thoughts, perceptions, emotions? You know what locked-in syndrome is, probably better than me for those who experience the syndrome or who have it in the family. We've been studying it for decades. One of the papers you see here was called Locked-in Syndrome. What is it like to be conscious but paralyzed and voiceless? Even if I've seen hundreds of people like you, I still can't imagine what it must be like when you have, as we see on the slide, a damage classically in the brainstem, which is between the brain and the spinal cord. Here you see a big hemorrhage, vascular causa, the most frequent, but we also with the team have documented many after traumatic brain injury. Those are the people I try to help with the clinical center in Belgium, now also through video consultations. Please don't hesitate to reach out. We have over the many years a huge expertise. And that is basically what we do, our comfort zone here, the intensive care unit, where you see with my team, we have these technologies. This is a brain-computer interface, a collaboration with a company in Austria. It's GTech. The machine is called the Mind Beagle because we try to measure directly what's going on in the head, measuring the electrical activity. It's called the EEG. We ask questions. People would sometimes not move an inch, but their brain activity would change. And then we decode that to show, well, yes, in these people who look comatose, sometimes there's more going on in the brain, in the mind. So they are conscious. Or, next step, we can offer them a way for functional communication. That's the brain-computer interface research. That's the many, many papers the team have been producing. The book, it's a professional book, The Neurology of Consciousness. And we try to translate that, of course, to clinical practice, emphasizing that historically we've been probably underappreciating what people in locked-in syndrome perceive and also their quality of life. So this is again an old paper, 2011, when for the first time we showed, together with the Association of Locked-in Syndrome in France, LiS, wonderful people, hundreds of patients, we asked them the question, how are you with this syndrome? Paralyzed, communicating with your eyes, being tube fed, being bound to bed and dependent on others for daily care. The results were very surprising. On the scale from -5, the worst period in your life, to +5, the best period, these were the results. +4 was actually the most frequently observed in at that time, biggest and still cohort of quality of life in classical locked-in syndrome. Some people also were miserable. And in Belgium, we have a law on euthanasia. And I think it's very important to listen to patients and to ask what is the best for this particular situation. And of course, that is only the person who is going through this that is able to guide us, caregivers, clinicians. We also studied how it impacts the families. One questionnaire is the family needs survey, where we studied both coma and locked-in syndrome patients. And we see here, well, what is important for families? It's to be informed, to be involved, to have social support, emotional support. And it's important to emphasize that these important needs, that top 4, is not satisfied. You can see on the graph the percentage of people who are satisfied. It's way below what it could and should be. So that's what we publish, but also what we try to change, working together with policymakers, I'm in the media, and with, again, hospitals, both in Belgium, in Germany, trying to translate that knowledge, involving also families, and stimulate neuroplasticity, including for locked-in syndrome patients, where for a long time we thought, well, there's nothing we can do for these people. They will just not show any motor recovery. Now we have robotics. This is a center in Belgium I work with, Trainum. It's the biggest concentrations of top robots, exoskeletons. You see here a patient with a post-traumatic locked-in syndrome. He was coined the vegetable. Actually, we showed no with the brain scans. He is conscious. We made him communicate, and now the team is working very hard on his recovery. And I think that's incredible. It's just a challenge to find ways to distribute this to the widest number. We study neuroplasticity. We stimulate it with state-of-the-art rehab centers, and we also work on pharmacological and other means to stimulate that rewiring of the brain, what we call neuromodulation. One example here with 2 electrodes, you see it again in the rehab center. The patient is doing the exercise while we stimulate the brain, which what is called TDCS, transcranial direct current stimulation. We have a number of papers. So far, it's too early to propose it in LiS, but clearly it is important to keep the research active because the challenges are huge. So that's what we do with the Coma Science Group. Wonderful people, very smart clinicians working with engineers using technologies to improve quality of life. So it's important to benefit of highly specialized technological medical care. And yet, and that's what I would actually like to emphasize in the rest of my talk, there's so much we can do as a patient, as a person with LiS. And that is what I call exploiting the power of the mind, complementary to the high-tech things and drugs I just mentioned. So we study, for example, the effect of music on the brain. We do that in patients, we do that in artists, and we've shown, documented, that it really activates brain activity. We study athletes. Now, they're not locked in, but they're in a very bizarre environment. This is, for example, world champion Guillaume Néry. You can Google him. He got wonderful YouTube movies about his dives down to 139 meters on one breath. So that is somehow also being locked in a very unfriendly environment because we are breathing air, not water. And how do you don't break under pressure? How do you push the boundaries? He came to the lab, kept his breath for 8 minutes, and we study what's going on in his mind. And it turned out he was in a deep meditative state. That's also, by the way, so for the people we study, the astronauts in the International Space Station. You see here Canadian David Saint-Jacques meditating up there. So again, meditation is a practice, and I'm sharing this with you. I wrote a book on it. This is another one just in French, Cerveaugraphie, about how the brain and mind work and how we can push it further. We can learn from these extreme situations. One example is our medical use of hypnosis. So we published also after Coma how hypnosis, which is a state of dissociation, absorption, can help us to deal with pain, with discomfort. And again, we try to translate it to the biggest number, working with companies. This is En Confort, a Belgian company, with immersive virtual reality goggles. We even study cognitive trance. So this very ancient tradition from Mongolia, we now also study it in Canada with the Inuits, the First Nations in the north. So music and repetitive sounds, movement that bring us in a kind of trance, like shamanic traditions in ancient cultures. And that's actually what you can see in a movie. I definitely recommend you can look for A Bigger World, which is a movie about the research also we did in my lab in Liège, together with Corinne Sombrin, who wrote this wonderful book that made it into a movie. And we study what's happening in the brain. And then we translate it, not just for clinical populations, but also for employees and managers, entrepreneurs. We have a big study going on trying to understand what makes us successful professionally, what are the challenges in relating to stress, burnout. It turns out cognitive flexibility is very important. Cognitive flexibility is how we deal with the unexpected. When locked-in syndrome hits you, it wasn't planned, and you can really, both as a patient, as a family, deal with this reality in different ways. And that is what we try to understand and to translate to current society. You see here some of the tools we use, and I would like to emphasize that it's not something magical. We studied Buddhist monks. You see this iconic picture. We can only imagine what it is like to put oneself to fire. This was a protest action in Vietnam, not moving an inch. How is he dealing with the pain? Well, we studied the activity in the brain in Buddhist monks. I summarize it in a book. It's called the No Nonsense Meditation book. Mathieu Ricard is one of the key figures. He's a translator of the Dalai Lama. He became a friend, and we studied his mind and brain with all the machines. And I would just briefly like to share that with you, because if you would be interested for these practices, meditation, hypnosis, well, please do know that it's backed up by science. You don't need to be a monk or a Buddhist. After 8 weeks of what we call mindfulness-based stress reduction, we already can see changes in the structure of the brain. You see, this is a picture of the book. In color, you see the areas. Meditation is about focusing your attention. And that's very powerful. We see in green a structure that's critical for attention that just becomes bigger. We see structures in blue. It's the insula. The names are not so important. Important for cognitive flexibility. Important also for memory, you see the hippocampus, and for emotional stability. You see in yellow the orbitofrontal cortex that changes not just its volume, it's also changing its connections. We can again measure that with MRI. These are MRI diffusion images. You see that there's more connections in people who start to meditate. So this will not cure locked-in syndrome, but it will help you to deal with the symptoms. And that is my message today. Sometimes as a patient, but as a citizen altogether, we ruminate, we focus on what's not going well, and it can become a problem, keep us from falling asleep, making us anxious, even pushing to suicide. And that internal awareness network, as I call it, little voice in our head, you see it here. This is functional MRI in yellow, in red. You see that network that changes its activity when we meditate. Now, just an invitation, rather than talk about it, it's to actually do it. I'm not a Zen master, but this is my youngest kid. I got 5 children. This is Louis, and he is showing us here that through breathing, you can focus your attention to one thing and it calms you down. Okay, this was in the middle of the lockdown, and if Louis can do it, we can definitely give it a try. It impacts that network, important for thinking. And that's what I show when I'm on stage with these Buddhist monks. I put on an EEG monitoring. We also use that in coma patients and locked in, by the way. This is a company from Israel, Neurophysio, and I can visualize the activity in the mind. It can be very interesting in people who are paralyzed but conscious. You would see the colors reflecting the activity going on inside. We call this the continuous stream of consciousness, jumping from one to the other. We also call it the monkey mind, because sometimes it's just a wild animal jumping from one to the other. And then we can do a breathing meditation, which actually each and every one you here in the locked in community, just take a seat. Okay, we'll do the exercise together. Just as little Louis sits straight and comfortable, anchor both feet on the ground. You can lay your hands on your legs or feel just comfortable in your chair, in your bed, wherever. You can close your eyes and follow my voice, where we will just, for a very short time, have a couple of breaths, and if we have other thoughts popping up, we let them pass by. Notice them, but bring the attention back to the breathing. That's the exercise. We inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. You're doing great. In. And now a bit longer out. Anyone can do it, even people with tracheostomy. Just in and a bit longer out. You can feel your belly swelling when you inhale. Maybe someone can put your hand on your belly and it goes up when you inhale. And tight belly when you exhale. We always try to exhale a bit longer. Keep the focus on the breathing. We'll do 2 more. Open your eyes, reconnect with the here and now. Simple exercise. You can do it. It calms the mind. It stimulates what we call the parasympathetic autonomous nervous system. The details are in the book. Important to know here and to show you Your heart rate goes down, but also mental activity. You see the stability when we measure this in these monks. There's blue, there's like the waves that were very wild, now calming down. So that, I think, is something that is complementary to classical medical tools. We can also have mindful observations, what's coming in right now. I put some chocolate on my lips, Belgian chocolate. Really be in that moment. That's the perception network. We can do the same for the emotions. Sometimes we have a tough day. It's not always sunny, it rains, it can be thunderstorm. So we just do the same. Take some distance, observe the feelings, and just, accept that there are some things we cannot change. All of that has an effect that can be as big as the drugs I prescribe against anxiety, against depression, against pain. That's a very important message, that it's complementary. It uses different mechanisms and it empowers you to have some control in, as said, a reality that is always changing and not always going according to plan. So that was my contribution today about locked-in syndrome, the need for the best possible medical care and neuro rehab together with techniques such as meditation, hypnosis, exploiting the power of the mind. Thank you for being there. The wonderful people organizing the LISA webinar, the team you see here in the picture doing the incredible research. I'm very, very lucky. And also I want to mention the foundation I created. It's called MindCare International Foundation, to answer the needs of the families we discussed, to be informed, to be involved, to play a more active role. Please contact me if you have any question, if I could help, both as a neurologist, as a caregiver, or as a brain scientist. And again, big congratulations for the incredible work you do. Take good care. Bye.
What a marvelous, fascinating and informative presentation from Stephen. Thank you so much, Stephen. That was just absolutely superb. And to thank us for organizing it is just, in comparison with the work that you're doing, it's just humbling. It's really, really so impressive, the things that Stephen and his team, or his various teams, are doing. If people have questions, I suggest you do contact him directly, because he's not here live today now. You can put things up on the chat if you'd like to talk to other people about it on this Zoom chat forum. And you can contact him direct. As he said himself, he's more than happy to have people contact him. He's a really, what we call in Australia, a really good bloke. So shall we have a couple of minutes break?
Yep.
And then go on to our final presentation, which is Ujwal?
Yep.
Okay, let's do that.
I do not see him yet in the waiting room.
Ah, he knows it's time. I'll send him a message.
We now see your browser, Shen.
Oh, sorry. Ujwal is just Ujwal has just contacted me asking for the link again. He hasn't been able to get through to Zoom, so hopefully that will bring him through now.
So while we are waiting for Ujwal to come in the Zoom, I'm curious if anyone has any questions or things they would like to discuss, or question to one of the speakers that just spoke. If you do, please raise your hand or type something in the chat. Risa asks, where is everyone from? So I think I said it already, but I'm from the Netherlands. I'm currently in Amsterdam, in my home. How about yourself? France.
I'm in California.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Georgia. Okay. Ah, Utrecht. Nice. Yay.
Sorry, everyone. The next presenter's having a little bit of trouble getting connected up on Zoom, so I'm just trying to send him a different format to connect on.
Yeah, he is here now. Coming in.
Right. Good, good.
Hello.
Welcome. Great to have you.
Hello, Ujwal.
I'm sorry for the delay. I was getting every time a response saying invalid ID. I'm sorry for
Oh,
that.
sorry. Thank you very much for continuing to try, and I'm glad we eventually managed to find a way of connecting you. Good to see you.
Same here, pleasure.
Boka, my co-host, is going to give you a bit of an introduction now, so we know a bit about you, and then if you would like to go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Boka.
Yes. So our next speaker is Ujwal Chaudhary. The third name I hope to have not butchered.
Yeah, it's correct.
Thank you. During his 8 years of research in academia and industry after his PhD, he has developed several kinds of brain-computer interfaces for communication with individuals in locked-in syndrome and complete locked-in syndrome. He and his colleagues pushed the limits of BCIs, and for the first time in history, they have enabled complete sentence formation by someone who was in complete locked-in syndrome. This study has been published in Nature Communications and was also among the top 25 health articles of the year 2022. And Ujwal is also the co-founder of ALS Voice, which is a non-profit organization that provides customized communication solutions to individuals with paralysis. And he is the co-founder and CEO of ARN Labs, a neurotechnology company in Germany. So in other words, you do and have done a lot of things, Ujwal, and we're very happy to have you here today and give the last presentation already from our webinar. I made you co-host, so you should be able to share your screen. And I give the...
So you can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can, yes.
So thank you for your kind introduction. And sorry for the delay. So in my talk today, I'm going to So in my talk today, I'm going to talk about two different kinds of brain-computer interfaces. A non-invasive brain-computer interface for communication by someone in transition from locked-in to complete locked-in, and invasive BCI for communication by an individual in complete locked-in state. So before that, let's look at the definition of, I'm pretty sure you have looked at the definition throughout the day, but let's just recap. So locked-in state means someone who has complete control over their eye and some muscles of the body. So these individuals can use eye tracker for communication, no problem. But once they start losing the control over their eye, even the eye tracker does not work. So they are left without any means of communication. And ultimately, complete locked-in state means someone who has absolutely no muscular control, but has intact cognitive processing. So we'll first start with a non-invasive auditory communication system. So we designed this system for people, and these are people suffering from ALS. They had absolutely no means of control because they could not use the eye tracker. So as you are all very well aware, to use the eye tracker, you have to fixate the gaze. And if you do not have gaze fixation ability, eye tracker does not work. So this patient family, they contacted us. They said that they can decipher the eye movement, but they cannot communicate independently with them. So we went to this patient family. We saw that the patient family used to hold a paper in front of them. And this paper were like color schema, which you will see in the presentation later on, or number schema, where they have divided the alphabet into color sector or number sector. They used to hold the paper in front of the eye, and they used to spell every characters or every color. And then they used to decipher, okay, what he's going to say. If they move the eye, yes. Do not move the eye, no. Okay, so we saw this interaction and we converted that into a simple, non-invasive auditory communication system. So for this, we placed the electrode around their eye and also on the frontotemporal cortex. So eye basically because they were able to move the eye, and the paradigm was quite simple. So we started with a very simple questions with straightforward yes and no answer. For example, your name is Ujwal, your name is Senan. Yes, no. Move the eye to say yes. It can be left movement or right movement, up or down. So any kind of movement is yes, and no movement is no. Okay. So with that, we designed our paradigm. The paradigm was straightforward. We started training. So training was 20 questions, 10 questions with yes answer, 10 questions with no answer in random order. So the computer speaks the question, they have a response time. So depending upon the ability of the patient, it can be between 3 to 10 seconds. So for some patient, they needed more time to move the eye. So the window was longer. So for, and some, they were quite fast. So the window was smaller. So question, response time, and so this went on 10 times to 20 times. Training, they are just listening to the question, moving the eye, and we are just recording the data. So at the end of the training period, we formed a model of the eye movement. Then we moved on to the feedback. The feedback is, and you will see the video so that it becomes even clearer. So the feedback is, they listen to the question, they have a response time window, and at the end of the response time, now the computer said, your answer was yes or your answer was no. So this is basically, during the training, we formed a model of the eye movement, and they were also trained to move the eye in a particular way. Training was done, we moved on to feedback. Feedback is to validate the eye movement strategy as well as the model. Okay. After that, we moved on to the spelling. So as I said in the very beginning, so the spelling schema was designed using the interaction they were used to. So this is for example, for one patient, you will see in the video that the patient family had divided the alphabet into a colored schema. So we took that, converted in software, and integrated with our BCI system. And this is schema, the numbered schema was used by other patients. You will see also that video. So let's look at the video, and please feel free to stop me and if you have any question. Okay, so let's look at this video. So it starts where, first of all, the sector number, the road number is spelled. And if you want to select it, he has to move his eye, as you can see from his eye movement. You might ask why we are repeating it twice, because it was the initial sessions and we wanted to be sure to avoid the false positive. Yeah. So I'll move it. So as you can see, before this, he had no means of communication. He could not use the eye tracker because he could not fixate his gaze. He had some kind of eye movement, and the patient family used to ask him a fixed question. But when he got the chance to spell freely, then he said, I'm happy. And he was able to communicate longer and longer sentences. So one of the questions you can ask, oh, but it's just too slow. Yes, initially it is slow because we start with an empty dictionary. The dictionary is basically all the words and sentences he will form or he has formed. Initially it is empty, but once he starts forming and we start appending words and sentences in the dictionary, it becomes faster. For the next time, when he says HA, the system will be able to say, okay, do you mean to say happy? Yes, completed. So on and on, words and sentence completion. So it becomes faster with time. So let's look at another video. Well, not this one, sorry. This one, yes. So in the previous video, you saw a very clear eye movement, right? Movement for yes, no movement for no. And here, please look at his eye movement. Do you see any kind of movement? No, right? There's no eye movement, but he is attempting to move his eyes to say yes and no attempt to say no. And that potential we were able to record from around the eye. And as I said, for him, the patient family were using the clear schema. We would just use that into our software, and he was able to. And as you can hear, it's all independent of vision.
Yeah.
It is completely independent of vision. It is all auditory. So they listen to the color, character, and of course their selection as they progresses. So when he got the chance to spell, the first sentence he said was, "I need another voice," because as you can hear, the sound, the voice of the computer is a female voice. I was like, eh? It was like, but I'm a male. So he wanted us to change the voice of the system, and we did that. So as you can see, they are aware of themselves, they're aware of the surrounding, and they have their wishes and desire like us. Okay, moving forward. So in the last video, you saw that the patient, we could not see the eye movement, but he was able to select characters from words and sentences. So when we started with this particular patient, this was March 2018. At that time, so let's look at this curve here. The black line corresponds to the no eye movement, and the red one here corresponds to the eye movement. So this is the rest period, and this is the period where he is moving his eyes to say yes and not to say no. So when we started in March, well, actually we started in December 2017, but this is data from March 2018. I'm showing that. So in March 2018, we see a very clear distinction between eye movement for yes and no movement for no. And let's look at the progression. So this is March 2018. This is May 2018. It's still a distinction, but August, November, August, November, well, we could not see so much difference. Also look at the scale here. In March, it was between plus minus 40 microvolt, and by November, it was plus minus 6 microvolt. So such a strong decline in the eye movement. And he had a progressive ALS. So even during when we were visiting him, the patient family said, okay, is there any means of communication after he loses his eye? We said, yes, there is a way, the invasive way in the US. There are about, at that time, that was 2018. So at that time, about 30 patients and 30 different patients were implanted with microelectrodes from BlackRock Neurosystems. So we proposed that, and the patient with his eye movement agreed to be implanted, that he would like to have the system as a means of communication when he had absolutely no eye control. So we started the approval process. In mid 2018, and we got the approval by the end of December, end of 2018. We implanted the patient on 19th March 2019. So we implanted 2 grids, each grid of 64 channel in the M1 and SMA region, basically the motor cortex of the brain of patient, and this is the setup. So the electrodes on the motor cortex, and this is a kind of a connector here. So this goes in the brain. This part is protruding out of the brain. This is called cerebellex E, which goes and sits on the top of this particular protrusion, which is called pedestal. So when we want to record signal, we screw this part here, and when not, it is not connected. So okay, then this is the USB cable which acquires the neural signal in the real time and goes to the neural signal processor. From the neural signal processor, it is connected to the laptop where we have our BCI software. And as you know by now that it is completely auditory, independent of the vision, and every options are being played through the sound system. Okay. So moving forward, so we implanted the patient on 19th of March 2019, and we started with the typical BCI brain-computer interface paradigm, where we instructed the patient to move the head, to move the eye, to move the leg, to move the tongue, move the head. Basically, attempt movements. You know that he cannot move, so we asked him to attempt all this kind of movement. So we were able to get brain signal, but it was not consistent enough to make a decoder for communication. So 3 months passed by, we had absolutely no means of communication with this patient. Then we changed our strategy. We changed our strategy to neurofeedback paradigm. So neurofeedback, as you know, when it is visual, it is quite simple. So you look at an object and you try to move an object with your brain activity. And this is quite simple, and you are getting the feedback in the real time by looking at it. But when you do not have that visual ability, how can you do that? So we adapted the neurofeedback paradigm to an auditory feedback paradigm, where we played a simple sine wave like bah, 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 and his task was to modulate the frequency, like either increase like bah, high frequency or decrease like bah, low frequency, and he was able to do that immediately. So let's look at one of the block of what he did. So can you hear the sound?
Yes.
So every time you see there's a target. Target is either a high frequency tone or low frequency tone, like bah, bah. So following the target, high frequency or low frequency, there's a sine wave. And his task is to increase or decrease the frequency of tone to match the target tone. Okay. So, and he was able to do that, as you can see. And he was able to do that with 100% accuracy, and on bad days with 70-80% accuracy. So for good days, when he was able to do that, we moved on to the Spella schema. So when he was using the non-invasive system, eye movement, no eye movement was yes and no, which was integrated with the Spella system. The same here. Now here, he was saying yes and no by increasing the frequency or decreasing the frequency of sound. Then after that, we moved on to the Spella schema. Spella session. The Spella session remains the same. So this is for our visualization. He sees nothing in front of him. And here, the whole paradigm remains the same. We start with training. Training was increasing the frequency, decreasing the frequency to say yes and no. Then feedback. Feedback was like he was getting what he was doing in the real time. And then copy speller. Copy speller is that we give him target like, what's your name? And then he spell it to make sure that he's really spelling it. And then we moved on to the free speller, open communication. So let's see one of the free speller sessions.
Right. Ja. Hochstapelbare Löschen. Nein. Neues Wort. Neues Wort.
So as you can see, it's the same. Every option is being played to him. If he wants to select it, he increases the frequency, which is yes. And if he wants to skip it and move on to the next one, he just decreases the frequency to say no. So this goes on and on. So let's look at the video for a few seconds and then we'll skip to the end.
Ja. Es. Ja.
So with this yes and no, so sorry. So with this yes and no selection, let's see what. So this is one of the sessions from November 2019. And before that, he had formed several sentences like, I would like to thank you, I want this, I want that. But here is saying that he would like to have a mixer for soup with meat, and he's saying, means he's giving us feedback that boys, it works effortless, and then he's asking his mom to give head massage, and he's telling me come tonight because he knew that I most of the time speaks English, and whenever he wanted to do a session in the night, he always said come tonight, and I always used to go in the night. So over a period of almost 460 days, he formed several sentences about what he likes, what he do not like, what he want, what he do not want, who should come, how should people take care of him, and most of the time he said beer, and most of the night I was with him drinking beer.
That's great.
So to conclude, for this particular patient, we started with him when he had lost his ability to communicate with eye tracker for him and other patients as well. So we designed a non-invasive auditory communication system. But in the case of ALS, as you know, over a period of time, because of the sometimes slow degeneration, patients loses even the eye. So for those kind of patients, we developed invasive BCI communication system. And this particular patient, I worked with him for almost 2 years, and I'm no more involved in this project. But when I was with him, I worked for 450 days, and those 450 days, he formed several sentences, and the speed was about 1 character per minute, and the most he selected was about 600 characters. So here we saw that communication is possible in different stages of ALS, LiS, CLIS, it's all possible. There are several unanswered questions, and just I will touch it and then we will end that. But how long will the implant last? We do not know. Can it be faster? How? What faster? We do not know. We need to know. But some days were good, some days were bad. Why? It has to be investigated. We do not know yet. So that would be all. Thank you for your time. And in the end, just an advertisement. The goal of the ALS Voice is to provide a means of communication to people. So if you have people who needs our help, so, feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ujwal. Ujwal's put up his contact details there, so you can speak to him direct. There's a message been posted on the chat line. Suzanne Martin said, we'd love to see BCI technology integrated with fast text entry options, such as Dasher or Morse code, always chasing the elusive dream of fast and efficient voice output production. I'm sure you're agreeing with that. You're nodding your head, Ujwal.
Yeah, definitely.
Would you like to respond in any way to that? I think it's
more like a suggestion. It
is
implemented and tried. Yes, definitely.
Does anyone else have any questions they'd like to ask Ujwal? That was a really interesting presentation. Thank you so much. Fabulous work that you're doing and great results that you're achieving, helping people to communicate. It's marvelous work. Thank you. Thank you for making the time to come, and thank you for persevering and getting connected. I don't know what had happened to your Zoom link, but we got you eventually.
Yeah, thank you for inviting, and thank you for listening to me. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, well, that was our very last presentation of the day. I wonder whether people would like to discuss anything. Does anyone want to raise their hands and bring up any points? We can unmute you and you can talk, or you can type a question. Probably everybody's quite tired.
I just would like to say thank you to you both for doing this tonight or today.
Thank you very much.
It was night.
Yes, of course, it's nighttime for you. Well, for everybody, we've recorded the entire day. So anybody that's missed bits because of the time zone differences or because they had other commitments, we'll be sending you the link to the entire recording. Hopefully we'll be able to edit it carefully because we had a few mishaps along the way that took a bit of time, but we'll take those out if we possibly can. Any other points or questions anyone would like to ask?
We're getting some very nice comments in the chat. I don't know if you see them, Shannon.
Yes, I do.
Fantastic day, and Suzanne says wonderful day. Such a range of different speakers and interesting. So thanks so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you. That's lovely feedback. Well, as I said, the link for the recording will be sent to everybody that's registered. I've posted up earlier the website address for the LiSA online community forum. Anybody that's not already on that, you're very, very welcome to join. Just click on request to join. I'll vet you. I'm sure you're appropriate, and allow you to join, and then you can come and see what's already been posted, give us a little bit of background about yourself, and see some of the connections that you can make through that. I'd also like to say that we're hoping to do this again next year. So if you'd be interested in doing a presentation, please contact me at shannon@brainfoundation.org.au. I'll post that up again as well on this on the chat forum. And it's the plan is to hold that on the 10th of June next year. And that will be the third International Locked-in Syndrome webinar.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you guys trying to get more people that have had LIS to join to be a part of this community?
Yes.
Or is it mainly for caretakers?
No, for both. For both. It's wonderful to have anybody that's connected with this field, either living locked in, or family members, or friends, or carers, or medical professionals, or researchers. Everybody's welcome to join, so that the forums are really interconnected and varied inputs from different people. And you know, people can ask questions that they may not otherwise be able to ask because they don't know how to contact people. So hopefully it will continue to grow. It's only been running for most of this year, so it's only 5 months.
It's okay if I share this community with my people. I'm a locked-in syndrome survivor myself, and I've had people reach out to me from all over the world looking for a place like this.
Yes,
so
that would be marvelous. I would very much appreciate you doing that. Thank you very much, Brisa. That would be a great thing to do. And to anybody else that's watching and listening still, please spread the word. The more people that we get, the better. And if you know of anybody that would like to do a presentation for us next year, get them to contact me, because we need to have a balance of locked-in syndrome people and the different fields that people work in. But it would be marvelous to have another really interesting conference next year. Oh, we're getting so many good feedback. Thank you so much, everybody. It's really wonderful that people have appreciated it. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Boka?
No, I really, it was a great day. I really enjoyed it. And indeed, I really like the variety of speakers and topics that we covered today. It was.
Yes, it was good. So often in scientific conferences, you only get the perspective of the scientists and the researchers and the developers. They don't actually allow people that are directly impacted to talk. So I'm glad that we were able to do that, and that so many were willing to do that for us.
Yeah, exactly. I think all these communities can learn so much from each other. So it's really helpful to have moments where we speak together.
Yes. Good. Anybody else? Or I think we can close it down. Well, you know how to contact me. Anybody that wants to join the forum can contact me, and you can reach me at the Brain Foundation in Australia. So if you haven't got that email address, it's easy to look up brainfoundation.org.au and you'll find me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Boka. It was a great day. You did really brilliantly. Thank you.
You as well. And thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you, everybody. Goodbye. See you next year.
Bye-bye.